Deputy President Paul Mashatile, ministers and deputy ministers, and honorable members. Ke leboha nakonyana e ke fiwang yona hore ke be tlaleo ya mosebetsi wa ofisi ya President. This debate on the presidency budget vote takes place, Speaker, at a time of both change and continuity. As we enter a new democratic administration, as we define the priorities of the government of national unity, we are building on the progress made during the course of previous administrations. We have made significant strides over the course of the last 5 years to restore our country and our economy. We need to sustain the work that has been done and see many of the measures we have taken through to completion. At the same time, we need to appreciate the changes that have taken place in government, and we need to respond to the mandate from the electorate of our country. As the presidency and as government, we are focused on the priorities I outlined in the opening of Parliament address last week. Firstly, we intend to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and to tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. As the strategic center of government, the presidency bears the responsibility for coordinating and leading the work of government to ensure that these priorities that are outlined are implemented. At this crucial moment in our country's history, as we confront many challenges, what South Africans really do want is to see action. Our job is to deliver on the commitments that we have made as the government of national unity, and central to the work of the presidency is to engender cooperation, partnership, and high collaboration, both across government employees, as well as working together with social partners and other stakeholders. This approach has proven successful in mobilizing a broad spectrum of resources and capabilities to undertake actions that have the greatest social and economic impact. Fundamental to the approach of this presidency is to draw on the expertise, the experience, and capabilities in government and across society. During the previous administration, we established a number of entities, both in government and outside of government, bringing together a wide variety of people to provide insights and inputs based on expert knowledge and sound evidence. The Presidential Economic Advisory Council, on which sit some of the outstanding economists, not only in our country but across the world, together with ministers, played a vital role in advising both the President and indeed our various government departments on the most important economic challenges facing our country. The Presidential State-Owned Enterprises Council has been pivotal to the fundamental overhaul and architecture of a number of our state-owned enterprises and plotting a better and more effective future for these state-owned enterprises. on addressing climate change, one of the most challenging developments of modern times, the Presidential Climate Commission brings together a unique blend of different social stakeholders to guide our climate actions, including our approach to a just transition to a low-carbon economy. Among other things, the Climate Commission has made valuable input into our Just Transition Investment Plan, Future Energy Mix, and Climate Change Act, which I signed into law just last week. Another important advisory body is the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council, which was established to advise government and mobilize society around a comprehensive program to end corruption in all its forms. The Presidential Working Group on Disability is another critical forum where we have perfected working together with various civil society organizations and government in order to advance social and economic change which affects some of the most vulnerable in our society. The working group is an important partner in the development and implementation of policies and programs to uphold the rights and advance the interests of persons with disability and the other vulnerable people in our society. We are grateful to the members of these advisory bodies and working groups for the contribution that they have made and continue to make towards South Africa's development and transformation. It has proven that working together as government and various other groups in our society, we are able to achieve more. The Presidency has prioritized greater cooperation between the spheres of government. While this has been vital during crises like COVID-19 and in responding to the natural disasters that our country has seen, we have encouraged intergovernmental cooperation to strengthen governance and to respond more effectively to the needs of all South Africans. The promotion of cooperative governance has been strengthened through the implementation of the district development model, which places the district at the center of an integrated approach to development. The appointment of ministers and deputy ministers as champions of the district development model has in many ways enhanced intergovernmental cooperation from national, provincial, as well as at a local level. With the support of the President's Coordinating Council, which brings together the leadership of the three spheres of government, national, provincial, and local government, we see a greater role for the district development model in addressing problems at local level through better use of the powers, capacity, and resources of national and provincial governments. Cooperation between the three spheres of government is also evident in the Presidential Imbizos program that we embarked upon with a great deal of much more energized activity in the 6th administration. The Imbizos Makgotla are a vital tool of participatory democracy. They allow communities to interact with the President, with ministers, deputy ministers, premiers, MECs, as well as our mayors, with a view of finding practical solutions to specific service delivery problems that they have. Whenever we hold these Imbizos, our people do take up the opportunity to raise issues that are of concern to their communities and to themselves. And we do follow through on many of the issues that are raised. The Deputy President plays a leading role in engagement with different constituencies and sections of society through bodies like the South African National AIDS Council and the Human Resource Development Council. The DP convenes a broad cross-section of stakeholders to address challenges that affect our people. The DP has been working closely with our military veterans to address their concerns and to ensure that this group of South Africans, who in many ways were even prepared to pay the ultimate price so that we can achieve our freedom. The DP focuses on addressing their challenges and so that they can receive the support that they need to lead decent lives. A number of issues will continue to be addressed that affect them, their health, education of their children, their housing challenges, as well as being able to eke a livelihood and to get the proper pensions that they should get from the state due to the sacrifices that they made. The DP has also been working with traditional leaders, and he will report more when he makes his own input. Traditional leaders to ensure that they are able to effectively undertake their responsibilities and to contribute to the development of the people they serve. During the course of the sixth administration, we were able to address the challenges of a number of our traditional leaders, including indunas, who were raising the issues that affect them. Understanding that science, technology, and innovation are essential to the economy of our country, so that our economy can thrive and also for societies to prosper. Last year, we held the inaugural Presidential Science and Technology and Innovation Plenary. This will continue as it has proven to be an important forum where we bring together scientists and innovators to exchange views on how they can contribute to the continued growth of our economy. The initiative brings together government, academia, civil society, and industry to collectively drive South Africa's national system of innovation. The inclusive and consultative approach that the presidency has taken to address the country's challenges will serve us well as we embark on the national dialogue that we have committed to convening, together with other key role players in our country. Our overriding priority for the next 5 years is to achieve more rapid and inclusive economic growth so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty, and build a more just and equal society. To achieve this, we must configure the system of government to support a significant expansion of investment in infrastructure. We have seen the value of collaboration in pursuing this objective. Through Infrastructure South Africa that we set up, we have been able to draw on private sector expertise and skills to improve the preparation, the financing, and the implementation of infrastructure investment. Today, we have a fairly sizable pipeline of infrastructure projects due to the preparatory work that has been done and engendered by Invest South Africa. Through the Infrastructure Fund, we are going to explore new approaches to blended financing of infrastructure, using the fiscus to leverage additional funding from the private sector, from development finance institutions, and indeed from other sources as well. We have been working closely with independent power producers in steering their projects through to the construction phase, contributing significantly to the reduction in the severity of load shedding. We are going to continue working with companies, financial institutions, and business organizations as government, both South African and international, during the course of our ambitious investment drive over the next 5 years. In 2018, we set a target of mobilizing 1.2 trillion rand in new investments over 5 years. By the conclusion of the 5th South African Investment Conference last year, we had exceeded that target, raising over 1.5 trillion rand in new investment commitments. Now, this was a significant achievement. A vital part of this work was undertaken by our investment envoys that we appointed to engage with potential investors and identifying opportunities and challenges. Our investment envoys were Trevor Manuel, Mcebisi Jonas, Phumzile Langeni, Jaco Marie, Jeff Radebe, and Derek Hanekom. We're extremely grateful to them for their tremendous work and the contribution that they made to raise the level of investments in our country. We have had an opportunity to visit many of the factories and projects that have been built or expanded as a result of these investments. And we have seen the many jobs that have been created. The work of the red tape reduction team that was established in the presidency under the leadership of Mr. Sipho Nkosi has been possible due to close cooperation with various departments, public entities, and spheres of government, as well as support from the private sector. The team is looking at capacity building approach to tackle red tape in provincial governments and a pilot to support 3 city municipalities with reform action plans to address inefficient business processes. Now, through this experience, it is clear that the removal of red tape is a cross-cutting exercise that requires a coordinated and integrated approach. Significant progress was made during the 6th administration in implementing reforms to enable economic growth with a focus on modernizing network industries. These reforms have been undertaken across government with the support of Operation Vulindlela, which, as we know, is a joint initiative between the Presidency and Treasury. This progress provides a solid platform on which we will build a sustained increase in the rate of economic growth and a reduction in poverty, unemployment, and inequality. By alleviating load shedding, improving the performance of the logistics system, reducing the cost of data, improving water supply, and enabling the country to attract the skills that it needs, the reforms that are already underway will provide a significant boost to the economy in the medium term. In addition to these reforms, support for repositioning of strategic state-owned enterprises by strengthening their balance sheets and improving their operational performance, while also enabling higher levels of private investment in infrastructure and support to the work and the investment initiatives that they embark upon. A recent independent study released by the Bureau of Economic Research from the University of Stellenbosch estimates that the reforms undertaken by the under the auspices of Operation Vulindlela could increase the GDP of our country to 3.5% by 2029. Apart from the changes that these reforms are making to the country's productive capacity and competitiveness, they are also contributing to greater business confidence. As confidence grows, so does investment, creating jobs and supporting demand. This is a virtuous cycle that leads to higher growth on a sustained basis. One of the greatest impediments to economic growth has been the electricity crisis, which the presidency has been instrumental in addressing. The National Energy Crisis Committee, which was established in 2022 to oversee implementation of the Energy Action Plan, is chaired by the President and coordinated at a technical level by the Director General in the Presidency. With the support of the National Energy Crisis Committee, there's been a marked improvement in the performance of Eskom's power stations, which produce the bulk of our electricity. Regulatory changes have enabled substantial new investment in electricity generation that measure up to tens and tens of billions of rands. This week, the country will have gone for 120 days without load shedding. And this is something to be celebrated. However, it is too soon to claim victory. Our electricity system is still vulnerable, and we cannot yet rule out, possible challenges going forward. Drawing on our experience in tackling the electricity crisis, we established the National Logistics Crisis Committee and adopted a freight logistics roadmap. The roadmap provides a clear path to resolving Transnet's immediate operational challenges while reforming the logistics system as a whole to achieve a competitive and efficient rail network. Operation Vulindlela has facilitated support to the Department of Water and Sanitation to re-engineer the water use license application system and clear the backlog of applications. Some of you might recall that it used to take up to 3 years for those who want to use water to get a license. It has now been reduced to merely days, and we really applaud the work that is being done in water and sanitation. And this has led to unlocking estimated 56 billion rand of investment due to regularizing the whole licensing process as well. Through Operation Vulindlela, we have supported reforms in telecommunications, aimed at lowering the cost of data and improving network reach and quality. This quality still needs to improve, as a number of areas in our country still do not have the level of connectivity that we would like to see for a middle-income country like ours. We have also provided support to the Department of Home Affairs in its efforts to review and reform the visa system to attract skills and investment and boost tourism more specifically. Operation Vulindlela approach to focused collaboration across government has truly proven its worth and is recognized as one of the better ways in which we can engender intergovernmental cooperation, but more importantly also cooperation with other key role players. We will now be embarking on the second phase of Operation Vulindlela. The immediate priority is to sustain the momentum and follow through on the implementation of current reforms to realize their full impact. Now, while these reforms are a necessary condition for growth and job creation, they are not sufficient to drive structural transformation in our economy. Our economy still needs to be transformed, and the transformation process must of necessity include ensuring that those who were in the past prevented from playing a key role in the economy of their country do indeed play that key role in terms of control, in terms of management, and also in terms of the ownership of the economy of our country. In its second phase, Operation Vulindlela will therefore focus on reforming the local government system, harnessing digital public infrastructure, and addressing spatial inequality. We will work closely with the provincial and local governments to address service delivery challenges in line with our constitutional mandate. We will coordinate a whole of government program to drive digital transformation of government and modernize our digital public infrastructure. Finally, we will turn the attention of Operation Vulindlela to spatial inequality, which remains a key barrier in our country for economic growth. The presidency remains seized with the challenge of youth unemployment. Nearly 4 years ago, in the wake of COVID-19, we launched the Presidential Employment Stimulus, which has created 2 million work and livelihood opportunities. 2/3 of the people who have participated in these programs are women, and around 84% are people between the ages of 18 and 35. And that has made a huge impact. Another initiative is the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, and central to this is the SA Youth Mobi, which is a zero-rated platform for unemployed young people to access opportunities for learning and earning. Those who participate, numbering about 4.4 million, are often able to find opportunities as employers who want to employ young people trawl that website and find people who are employable. The Youth Employment Service, which was launched together with the private sector in 2018, is gaining significant momentum, having created over 150,000 work experience opportunities for young people. The partnership government entered into with organized business in July last year has yielded impressive results in the areas of electricity, freight logistics, and we have started to make progress in our joint work to combat crime and corruption as well. As we move forward, we will look to our partners in business and labor to put greater emphasis on our agreed program of work on employment. This includes measures to support small, medium enterprises in townships and rural areas, creating new jobs in areas like tourism, agriculture, and the green economy, and providing work experience and demand-led training for young people. The Presidency has been working with other departments to develop an integrated anti-corruption strategy with a focus on household livelihoods. We've held 2 presidential health summits and adopted a presidential health compact which outlines the priorities we have identified and collectively agreed to undertake to strengthen the health system. One of the most important areas of progress has been in the implementation of the National Health Quality Improvement Plan. This initiative has led to the establishment of more than 420 quality learning centers, covering over 3,500 health facilities. And as a result, we have been seen significant improvement in patient satisfaction across various areas. A vital part of the drive to provide all children with a conducive environment for learning is the provision of school infrastructure. This includes the provision of safe and appropriate toilets. In 2018, we launched the Sanitation Appropriate for Education program, SAFE, known as the SAFE Initiative, to mobilize public and private funds to replace pit toilets. Unsafe toilets have been replaced in 92% of schools needing safe toilets. The remaining 280 schools, which Minister Wahube and Deputy Minister Mhaule are going to focus on giving attention to, are scheduled for completion within this financial year. One of the most important areas in which the Presidency has been involved in is the struggle to end gender-based violence and femicide. We have held 2 presidential summits to bring together government, civil society, and other stakeholders to forge a common national response to this horrendous pandemic. Working together, we've been implementing the National Strategic Plan Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. As part of this plan, we are focused on prevention measures, such as educating boys and young men on greater equality and their role in empowering girls and young women. We have made important progress in implementing the actions outlined in our response to the recommendations of the State Capture Commission. This includes the work of our law enforcement agencies to bring perpetrators to justice and to recover stolen funds, as well as the legislative and other changes needed to strengthen the fight against corruption and prevent state capture. The Presidency plays a pivotal role in ensuring that the work of the Special Investigating Unit has an impact and that individuals involved in wrongdoing do face the consequences of their actions. The Presidency has forged a close relationship with the SIU and law enforcement agency to monitor the implementation of the recommendations for criminal, disciplinary, and administrative actions arising from SIU investigations that involve state employees. The Presidency forms an integral part of the international relations and cooperation work, leading the country's representation in international fora and in bilateral and multilateral engagements. Our approach to foreign policy, which is essentially led by the Presidency, is informed by an understanding that our national interest is closely intertwined with the goal of achieving progress in Africa and implementing Africa's Agenda 2063. Guided by the framework document on South Africa's national interest adopted by Cabinet, we continue to work for stronger economic, political, and social links with a wider range of African countries, and advancing economic integration in Southern Africa and across our beloved continent, Africa. We continue to use important international platforms like BRICS and the G20 to advance the interests of the African continent and the global South, and have been vocal in calling for the reform, as I said, of the United Nations Security Council and other multilateral institutions to make them a lot more representative than they are at the moment. As a country, South Africa has been at the forefront of continental and international health initiatives. During our chairship of the African Union in 2020, South Africa was pivotal in the efforts to secure COVID-19 vaccines and other medical supplies for the continent. And indeed, this work went even beyond our own continent as it involved other parts of the world, particularly the Caribbean. As the AU COVID champion, we as South Africa remain involved in driving pandemic preparedness and other initiatives to promote the African health agenda. Guided by the fundamental principle of human rights and freedom, in December last year, South Africa instituted proceedings against the State of Israel, arguing that its actions in Gaza violated the Genocide Convention. The Presidency, together with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, will continue to participate in the Ukraine Peace Forum, a group of countries committed to finding a solution to the conflict taking place in Ukraine. We will continue to push for the parties to this conflict to talk to each other and find a just and lasting peaceful resolution. Yes, we continue to work to silence the guns on our continent. The efforts that we are involved in Mozambique and indeed in the DRC are all aimed at ensuring that the conflicts that are ongoing there are brought to an end. And we will continue to work with various of our key role-playing countries to make sure that we realize this objective. In the last 5 years, it has been a time of recovery, of renewal for the country. It has also been a time of rebuilding and refocusing for the presidency. With relatively limited budgetary resources, we have had to build capacity and act with urgency to tackle pressing issues. We now have a much firmer institutional platform on which to build. We have learned many lessons and have developed new ways of working in the presidency. As we enter a new era of inclusive growth and job creation, we will be able to put the capabilities of the presidency to much better effect and use. And we will continue to mobilize the skills, the capabilities, and resources that reside in the state. As the presidency, we will work to ensure more effective coordination, cooperation across various entities and structures of government, and collaboration. We will continue to draw on the knowledge and expertise of individuals and organizations across society. We will continue Madam Speaker, to build meaningful social compacts to overcome the challenges that confront our people. Yes, we will continue to lead the work towards a better life for all South Africans and an inclusive economy that leaves no one behind. I hereby commend this budget vote of the Presidency to the National Assembly. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll now recognize Honorable M. Tuli.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Your Excellency President Ramaphosa, Honorable Deputy President Mashatile, esteemed members of Parliament and fellow South Africans. Madam Speaker, 18 years ago, in his address to the joint sitting of our Parliament, the then Secretary General of the United Nations, the late Kofi Annan, spoke of South Africa's unique ability to transcend its history. He saw in us a beacon of hope, a nation that can teach the world the power of dialogue and trust, rather than confrontation and that a nation need not to be imprisoned by its history, that even people whose community, but also the world as a whole, which today is sitting with resentment, can be used to convince other countries that injustice and misunderstanding only strengthen the determination of the powerful to keep power in their own hands. South Africa can teach all of us that, on the contrary, the way to a better balance lies through dialogue and on the establishment of mutual trust. Only in such an atmosphere can the weak win the attention and the respect of the strong, unquote. Madam Speaker, I was reminded of Anani's words as we witnessed last week when former adversaries and now colleagues in government earnestly debating on the President's address. Avoiding the temptation of succumbing to romanticism of what we witnessed last week is what the outstanding Anane aptly described as South Africa's particular wisdom, derived from our own history and of overcoming resentment and mistrust, and not to be imprisoned of our own history. Unfortunately, on the other side of the same coin, the public was also fed a diet of theatrics and ludic dogmatism and venomous hostility posing as opposition. We recognize and place a high premium on the importance of having a strong and a constructive opposition for our democracy to thrive, including this one, for any democracy to thrive, including our own. However, it will be remiss of us, especially after last week, not to urge our colleagues in the opposition benches to engage in a respectful and productive dialogue that contributes to the betterment of our nation. In this regard, we wish to join the President in calling for a discussion that focuses on matters of substance as opposed to vengeance and personalized attacks. As the saying goes, umuntu akalashwa. We hope that for the sake of the constituencies they represent, somewhere down the road, they will overcome their pretentious manner of proceeding. I wish to state categorically, Madam Speaker and honorable members, that the assertion that the government of national unity will collapse in a year or two is merely a wish being further to the thought. The GNU is not just a coalition of convenience. It is a concrete manifestation of what the African National Congress called long time ago in 1992 in one of our documents titled The Ready to Govern. In that document, we described the vision in the following manner, and I quote, we described the vision then as, and I quote, one which is not distorted by the prejudice and sectarianism that have guided the viewpoints on race and gender in the past, and one which relies on the wisdom, life experience, talents, and know-how of all South Africans, men and women, unquote. Madam Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa lists 16 responsibilities vested in the President of the Republic. And among these, I'm just going to highlight two of them, is developing and implementing national policy and coordinating the functions of the state departments and administration. This underscores the vital importance of having a fully capacitated president, able to provide the necessary strategic leadership to government and society broadly. The President plays a critical role in strengthening policy coordination and implementation, serving as the nucleus for a cohesive social and economic development in the nation. Accordingly, central planning is indispensable for ensuring that development efforts are systematic and aligned with overarching national objectives. The NDP, which outlines the strategic framework up to 2030, is a cornerstone of these efforts. As the seventh administration looks to and beyond 2030, it is tasked with formulating a vision that continues to drive progress and addresses emerging challenges. The National Planning Commission must be empowered and adequately resourced to support this long-term vision, ensuring that policies are not only well conceived, but effectively implemented. The President's interventions role is also crucial in tackling structural factors that impede progress and in addressing service delivery challenges. By leveraging this authority and convening power, the President can weave interventions that cut across various sectors, ensuring that bottlenecks are addressed and resources are optimally utilized. This involves not just a high-level oversight, but also active engagement with different layers of government and stakeholders to ensure that policies are translated into tangible benefits for our people. The ability to mobilize and coordinate these efforts across departments and agencies is essential for overcoming systemic barriers and improving service delivery. Only the President can achieve this objective. Furthermore, the President is also pivotal in promoting nation building and social cohesion. Building a cohesive society requires engaging diverse communities and stakeholders, ensuring that everybody feels represented and involved in the nation's development. The national dialogue to which President Ramaphosa has committed his support will help to build trust, foster mutual understanding, create a sense of shared common nationhood and purpose. The strategic and historic importance of the national dialogue is that it will help to produce the required national program that must help our country to eliminate poverty, reduce inequality, while at the same time defines the roles and responsibilities of each of the sectors of society and sacrifices that each of them shall make in achieving these national objectives. This is essential for maintaining social, political, and economic stability, and will ensure that development efforts are inclusive and equitable. Madam Speaker, as the African National Congress, we stand firm in support of the present budget, a budget that embodies our shared vision for a thriving, inclusive, and resilient South Africa. This budget is more than a blueprint. It is a dedication to tackling the challenges our nation faces head-on and a construction of a brighter future for all South Africans. Our economy, as well as others globally, has encountered substantial headwinds. Yet the measures outlined by the President offer a strategic roadmap towards recovery and expansion. The President should be empowered with the necessary resources and capacity to lead the drive for much-needed investment in infrastructure, promoting small and medium-sized enterprises, foster innovation, laying the very firm foundation for sustainable economic progress. It must be able to coordinate initiatives that generate jobs, reduce unemployment, and uplift communities. As we've just heard from the President, youth employment and empowerment remains fundamental pillars of our national development. The President's dedication to enhancing these through programs like Presidential Youth Stimulus in a hands-on approach does not have to be delayed as part of the important program. By ensuring that our youth are equipped with essential skills for the future, we're investing in our nation's most valuable assets, its people. Infrastructure development is a key catalyst for economic growth. This budget emphasizes the importance of modernizing our infrastructure to support economic activities and enhance the quality of life of all South Africans. Investment in transport, energy, water, sanitation will not only create jobs, but also guarantee essential services are accessible to all, particularly the underserved areas. We are acutely aware of the destructive impact of corruption in our nation's progress. The President's commitment to combating corruption and promoting good governance is evidenced in this and the previous budgets. Strengthening anti-corruption institutions, enhancing transparency, and ensuring accountability are vital steps in restoring public trust and guaranteeing that public resources are utilized for the benefit of all South Africans. Additionally, the budget underscores our dedication to education. By investing in our educational institutions and ensuring that every child has access to quality education, we are empowering future generations and securing a brighter future for our nation. We also recognize the importance of the environmental sustainability. This budget allocates the resources towards mitigating the impact of climate change, promoting renewable energy, and preserving our national resources for future generations. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, a comprehensive evaluation of the President's tenure reveals a leader dedicated to reform, anti-corruption efforts, crisis management, and economic recovery. His navigation to complex domestic and international political and economic landscape demonstrates resilience and a strategic vision for South Africa's future. The budget is a bold and a visionary plan that addresses the President's immediate needs as an effective center for coordinating state affairs. It is a testament to the President's leadership and our collective determination to overcome the challenges and build a better future for all South Africans. I urge all members of Parliament to support this budget and collaborate in maintaining oversight on the expenditure of public funds. Let us unite in our effort to create a South Africa that is prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dr. M.J. Sope.
Thank you so much, Chair. President Ramaphosa, just the first thing that I need to say to you, please don't call me Judge Sope. Chair, President Ramaphosa, just the first thing that I need to say to you, please don't call me Judge Sope. You know why. You know better than I. Don't call me Judge Shopper, please. Right. President, there are many programs and state departments in your office. I have quite a lot here on my cell phone: South African National AIDS Council, South African Investment Conference, Presidential Climate Commission, Human Resource Development Council, Infrastructure South Africa, National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and Operation Vulindlela. In addition to that, obviously, we know there are other state departments which are now under the presidency. Excuse me, there are other state departments falling under the presidency. The first problem is that I have not had sight of the annual performance reports. We asked for them even this morning. So it's very difficult to approve of something in the dark, right? And secondly, the problem, thank you. Secondly, the most critical aspect of the Government of National Unity Cabinet is that you, Mr. President, you can now act unilaterally with state-owned companies, bypassing parliamentary oversight, right? To understand this, it is essential to know that Parliament has three types of committees: the standing committees, ad hoc committees, and portfolio committees. The role that is played by portfolio committees is very critical. These committees are responsible for overseeing government ministries, but there has never been a portfolio committee that has been established for the presidency. That is a serious lacuna. We don't have a portfolio committee that has been established for the presidency as yet. With the dissolution of the Department of Public Enterprises, state-owned companies will now fall under the presidency, which means they will no longer be accountable to Parliament. The President only answers to Parliament during quarterly question and answer sessions, which are often marred by bias and lack of transparency. The DA has previously called for a portfolio committee on the presidency, citing Phala as an example of its necessity. However, now that the Democratic Alliance holds a cabinet positions, will they reiterate this call? The Zondo Commission report also recommended establishing a portfolio committee on the presidency, but will Zondo emphasize this recommendation again? It's highly unlikely that he will. State-owned companies contribute significantly to the economy. They are responsible for 27% of the GDP, surpassing the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which only has a contribution of 23%. The question is, can we trust President Ramaphosa to manage these companies without parliamentary oversight? That is the question. Accountability is very important, Mr. President. The President is not required to account to Parliament in the same way that that ministers do account. He also cannot be summoned by the Portfolio Committee in the same way as ministries can. Right. That's my understanding of how Parliament functions. Mr. President, it's very difficult for us as an opposition to effectively say we go along with the budget. No figures have been given at all as to how the budget has been comprised. We don't know. I'm standing here being called upon to come and endorse a budget in the dark. It's very, very difficult to do that.
Order, Honorable Slopper. There is a point of order. If you can take your seat. Honorable member.
It's Honorable Msezane, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, we were very respectful to the President and to the Chief Whip of the ANC
Which rule
when
are
they
you
spoke.
standing on?
No, Speaker. It's parliamentary disturbance. The Speaker is being disturbed. And we can equally be very... Speak, if you like the House to not degenerate, kindly assist in us in allowing our Speaker to speak without interruptions.
Honorable member, thank you very much, even though you did not indicate under which rule you are raising your point of order, but there is no overwhelming noise that is drowning the Speaker. When that happens, I will intervene as I've always done. Honorable member, let's allow Dr. MJ Hlophe to proceed. I'm also making the same mistake like the President. Honorable Hlophe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was still saying President Ramaphosa, it's very difficult to engage constructively and meaningfully. We have not had sight of the budget. You also didn't take us into confidence as to how much has been budgeted for in your office. It creates difficulties for us. As far as the MK party is concerned, our view is very clear. You alluded to 3 challenges that we have in this country, and they are, in your views, poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We appreciate that there are budget constraints. We're not suggesting as MK party that the office of the president should not be capacitated, but the real issue is by how much is that office supposed to be capacitated? And we're here as parliamentarians to ensure that there is proper accountability because we're representing the voters here. We want to make sure that there is an independent portfolio committee in the presidency to ensure that everything is accounted for properly and that everything is according to book. It is the view of the MK party that money should not be concentrated in the presidency. Well, it doesn't matter how much has been allocated, but money should not be concentrated in the presidency. Rather, there are certain departments where money should be diverted to. For example, the Department of Basic Education. There is no self-respecting country in the world which does not take education seriously. It was only yesterday when I learned, I think it was on News 24, that the Department of Basic Education returned something in the region of 580 million to Treasury. Sorry, I apologize, it was higher education. I do not know the circumstances relating to how that occurred, but on the face of it, someone is not doing their job. It really doesn't matter whether it was higher education or basic education. Education is important. Fine, doesn't matter for me.
Order, honorable members, let's allow the Speaker to make his point.
The other department which in our view as the MK ought to be given more money is obviously the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development for reasons that we outlined fully in the debate, one of which is overcrowding. And overcrowding will not come to an end as long as we do not plow enough resources into that department. And that department has a huge deficit or cut of 18%, which is quite huge. We have stated our position as the MK party that a lot of money must be invested in agriculture, far more than we have budgeted. And our approach to agriculture is that we should also develop infrastructure in terms of, we are talking about rural development. We must develop infrastructure in rural areas. And our view is that when that infrastructure is developed in rural areas, we must utilize local talent, and we seldom do that. We tend to import these big contractors, and they come, sometimes there is tension between the workers emanating from the big contractors and local people, we end up with a situation whereby local people or residents do not identify with the infrastructure. One of the compelling ways of making people identify with the infrastructure is to get them involved right from inception. That will create jobs for them as we build roads and as we build bridges. And we must ensure that some of those jobs are permanent and ensure that the local residents look after the infrastructure. We also believe, as the MK party, that a lot of money must be plowed into the army. We have stated our position that we believe there should be compulsory military training. We should reintroduce that, and it makes our boys and perhaps our girls who want to go to the army, it makes them more responsible citizens of this country. Going to the army is not just about shooting, but there is more to it. There is self-discipline, and there is a lot of skill that people acquire in the army. So we believe there should be more money that should be plowed into the army, and that will create, thank you, and that will absorb so many of our youngsters who are idling in the townships and they have absolutely nowhere to go. At least we would know that as soon as they turn 18, they will be absorbed for about 2 years in the army. They will have something to do than just idling in the streets and becoming victims to drugs and other social ills. The other problem where money should be going, in Cape Town it was reported last week, for example, there were 9 murders just in Cape Town alone. Clearly the money that we invest in the police is not enough. We need to invest far more money in the police. The question arises, where is money going to come from? We have certain ideas as to how money can be generated. The first obvious one, which you are not going to like, Mr. President, is the cabinet. The size of the cabinet with respect is too big. And this was recognized by the opposition, the then official opposition, the Democratic Alliance, when they were the official opposition. They recognized that, but when the time came for the government of national unity, they are now singing a totally different tune. In addition to reducing the size of the cabinet, which is the obvious thing to do, Mr. President, you should also seriously engage your colleagues in the cabinet to scale down on the packs that they have. You can only scale down on your pack. If, for example, you are entitled to a helicopter, you don't have to order a helicopter, right? You can order something. It's something that colleagues can be engaged on. Yes, we need to save money. It may sound ridiculous, but the bottom line is that there is so much money that we will be able to save. For example, instead of flying business class, you can fly economy class and embark on austerity measures. We can, on a voluntary basis, all of us embark on austerity measures with a view to saving more money, and those funds can be redirected and be plowed into education, defense, police, and so on. It is a fact. When the time comes, Mr. President, to borrow money, please borrow from BRICS. We have a very important role to play in BRICS. We have to use BRICS. BRICS has a very important role to play, and it is here to stay. We are partners. We have to use BRICS. I'm aware that we have borrowed money from BRICS, if my memory serves me well, in the past. But we should continue to use BRICS as a viable alternative, as opposed to IMF and other institutions, right? We should use BRICS. The other thing is we have to increase tax, particularly tax that is paid by companies, especially foreign companies. Many a times we are told that if we increase tax on foreign companies, they will run away, they will invest elsewhere in the world. We've heard that before. Mr. President, we've heard that before. Those companies that we were told are going to run away if tax is increased marginally or by a significant proportion, those very companies are still here. They are still mining in this country, paying our workers salaries, which are clearly sometimes not up to scratch. So the argument that if we increase tax in respect of companies, especially foreign investors, that they will run away, it is not borne out by what we see out there. Doesn't make sense. Oil, Mr. President, continues to be a serious problem. I'm talking about oil. It does continue because it impacts on, obviously, fuel and other related products. A question that I would like to ask, why can't we import oil from Iran? Iran has the cheapest oil, I'm told. I'm not an oil expert. Iran has the cheapest oil in the world, I'm told. Is there any reason?
Order, honorable members. I'm sure you will share part of the last of your speech with the President. Your time, unfortunately, has come to an end.
Thank you. I leave it as a question. Is there any reason why we cannot import oil from Iran, Mr. President?
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy.
Thank you, Speaker. The electricity crisis that has gripped South Africa since 2015 has over the past few years become one of the preeminent issues for this government and the citizens it serves. The impact has been felt by individuals and businesses alike, and the impact of ongoing rolling blackouts has played havoc with the national psyche. In a bid to avoid the ongoing catastrophic effects of load shedding on our economy, the President established the National Energy Crisis Committee in 2022, out of which the Energy Action Plan was born. Then, in 2023, the President announced that he would be appointing Dr. Cyril Ramaphosa as a minister in the presidency responsible for electricity, whose primary objective was to end load shedding. There was great opposition to this appointment, not least because of the costs of establishing the office of this minister, as well as the lack of oversight capabilities of Parliament, because there was no direct accountability. In addition, there were already 2 ministers responsible for electricity with fully fledged departments and statutory mandates. Minister Ramaphosa had neither. The mandate given by the President did little to capacitate Minister Ramaphosa to address the long-term resolution of the electricity crisis, requiring collaboration with other ministers in order to find the necessary solutions. This meant that while Minister Ramaphosa was expected to address load shedding, his only real power lay in his management of NECOM and its work streams. He had no procurement capacity, no direct responsibility for Eskom, nor the ability to provide policy or legislative direction. In the meantime, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy was developing a blueprint for electricity, namely the Integrated Resources Plan, and the Department of Public Enterprises was busy with the unbundling of Eskom, areas of responsibility for which a Minister of Electricity should have been tasked. Despite these obstacles, we are into our 118th day without load shedding, the longest run of no load shedding since September 2020 to December 2020. It is also worth noting that this has been achieved with a saving of over 6 billion rand in diesel against the same period last year. So the decision by you, Mr. President, in respect of dealing with the electricity crisis has absolutely borne some fruit. However, while being a relatively free agent in the presidency has given the Minister of Electricity a freedom and agility to deal with the electricity crisis, it will not be sufficient to address the ongoing energy crisis. The risk of load shedding hangs on a knife's edge, and while the planned maintenance and the lower demand have paid dividends and seen the electricity availability factor sufficiently high to create some element of stability, the energy system in this country remains severely constrained. For that reason, the Democratic Alliance has welcomed moving electricity out of the presidency and the creation of the Department of Energy and Electricity with Dr. Ramaphosa at the helm. By incorporating the energy portfolio with electricity, we are hopeful that this new department will combine the political, statutory, and policy mandate of the energy sector with the momentum built up through the Presidency and NECOM to create a stable and functional energy supply for South Africa. I personally am absolutely thrilled to have been appointed as the Deputy Minister in this new department. And while we await the uncoupling of energy from mineral resources, our singular focus will remain on finding innovative solutions to create a long-term energy resilience in our country. Although the new department has been announced by the President, the budget for this department has not been allocated for the 2024-25 financial year. And as a result, there's no real clarity on the fiscal responsibility for the establishment and running of the Department of Energy and Electricity between the Presidency and the Department of Mineral Resources. And while the President has moved electricity out of the Presidency, he has moved state-owned enterprises in. The implication of this is that Eskom now resides in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and not within the Department of Energy and Electricity. Initial indications were that Eskom would be moved into the new department so that the executive, entrusted with the function of energy and electricity, would have direct oversight over the entity. It makes absolute sense that the organization responsible for electricity be housed within that department. However, in the opening of Parliament address, the President made reference to establishing a holding company which would centralize ownership of the SOEs. In our estimation, this is merely a different model for the failed Department of Public Enterprises, which creates another unnecessary layer of bureaucracy. The cost implications of this are also astronomical and unjustifiable in an economy that is trying to claw its way out of the financial morass in which it currently exists. While the Presidency was perhaps the perfect vehicle for an emergency intervention into the electricity crisis, it is not necessarily the answer to the failing SOEs. The electricity crisis warranted a centralized coordination from within the Office of the President in order to fast-track decision-making and implementation of the Energy Action Plan. Whereas the turnaround of state-owned enterprises, while urgent, requires that each SOE be housed within the relevant line department as a mechanism to ensure that policy and implementation are aligned for greater efficiency. As a result, we will continue to lobby for the decentralization of SOEs, and particularly of Eskom, and to have them removed from the Presidency as soon as possible to effect a faster turnaround. The Presidency will still have strategic oversight of electricity and energy sector through Operation Vulindlela. Operation Vulindlela has made excellent progress in addressing the energy crisis in its initial phase, most notably in the cessation of load shedding. The next phase of this, following the passage of the Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill, will focus on several key areas in the energy sector, including the restructuring of Eskom. This will also require specific focus on urgent interventions in the expansion of the transmission network, a mammoth task. The Presidency's role in Operation Vulindlela is not implementation. It is high-level strategic planning and coordination. It is the role of the relevant ministry to ensure that implementation is taking place and to provide the requisite oversight and monitoring. It is for this reason that we believe that Eskom should reside in the Department of Energy and Electricity and not within the Presidency. Given the technical nature of the entity, it requires focused policy guidance and effective oversight from the executive authority and the Director General that views it holistically within the context of the energy sector and not within the context of a group of entities. The Presidency should retain its role as a planning, monitoring and evaluation department with a focus on high-level strategic interventions when needed. When the Presidency steps into an implementation role, it starts to impede the ability of a department to fulfill its own mandate, and this can lead to policy incoherence and a dilution of executive oversight. This is most evident in the electricity and energy sector. The Presidency is in a unique position to create the space to finally consolidate the entire energy section into a cohesive, focused and fully mandated implementation department, which will have the ability and capacity to chart a course towards energy security for South Africa. Now is not the time to retain the status quo under a different guise. The Government of National Unity presents a real opportunity for changing the way government does business. By implementing the policy proposition of decentralization of SOEs, entities such as Eskom can be repositioned in their relevant line departments, bringing the operational element of the electricity business into alignment with the implementation of energy policy. Speaker, while I support the budget of the presidency at present, it must change in time to align with its mandate in order to continue the good work of Operation Vulindlela and to ensure ongoing collaboration with the new Department of Energy and Electricity to address energy security, the restructuring of Eskom, and the rollout of the just energy transition. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Yesterday, the president of the GNU spent a considerable time saying that our input and contribution during opening of Parliament debate was playing the man and not playing the ball. The president wrongly said that we previously insulted him by saying that his father was a police officer during the dark days of apartheid, and that even when such is a fact, he is proud that his father was a law enforcement officer of apartheid laws. Let's put the facts right in front of this Parliament. We never ever have made any reference to President's father in this Parliament, and even if we did, it would have been a statement of fact and not insult. To say someone's parent is a nurse, it will never be used as an insult. To say someone else's parent is a police officer can never be used as an insult. You said, spoke about your father in order for you to drag my grandmother unfairly so, because my grandmother has got nothing to do with what I'm doing here. So I want to state it very clear that President, we respect each other and will continue to engage each other robustly. Secondly, Parliament and political work in general is not for soft-skinned people who will use all languages to complain whenever we give fair but robust and direct characterization of their political conduct. Here we speak truth and nothing else but the truth. In our characterization of the ball which you spoke about here, which you said we must play, we will also characterize the players to have a fuller picture of both subjective and objective political and ideological conditions. You can never only play the ball without understanding the strengths and weaknesses of the player. We will also welcome, and this we did at a number of times, we welcomed and tolerated whosoever does that against us. When we get criticized by your side, even sometimes the political amateurs like Butimana Mel, who come and attack us personally, we never respond to them. We never cry because we are not crybabies. We fight because we are fighters. Instead of crying, we fight. In politics, the individual's personal character is key to historical developments. Otherwise, why is there Nelson Mandela Day? The individual strength of Mandela is what we are drawn to reflect upon, learn from him as a leader, but more broadly as a human being. It is a fact that in light of the government of national unity, which originate from the white capitalist establishments, we needed to appreciate your own historical involvement with these white people. And a close attention to your personal political journey gives testament to the suspicion that this government was not actually created now. It came from long time ago because you were made a project long time ago. When we say you did not go to Robben Island when your peers went to Robben Island, how can that be an insult? When we say you wrote a letter and said they planted communist ideas in your head to the police, How can that be an insult? To tell the truth is the greatest respect we give to a sitting president. It is a constitutional requirement that
Honourable
you must be
Malema.
held accountable,
Honourable Malema, could you please
scrutinized
take your seat? There is a point
about the
of order.
decisions you make.
Please take your seat. There is a point of order. Honourable Dlakudi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, order. I cannot hear the speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I am standing on a point of order based on what the Honorable Malema said. Rule number 92. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Malema referred to the President as a project, meaning that the President is acting on behalf of other people. So that is unparliamentary and it cannot be accepted. Thank you.
Honourable members, I have listened to what the Honourable Malema has said, and I think that we do have to have robust debate, so I'm not going to sustain that point of order. Please proceed.
To tell you the truth is the greatest respect we give to a sitting president. It is a constitutional requirement that you must be held accountable, scrutinized about the decisions you make. Thirdly, we have read and will never argue with you when you say we must read more books about NUM. Reading is a very nice thing to do. There are many books that we have read in relation to the formation of NUM. And we want to state very clear here that you read and called names of individuals who formed the NUM, which we say it was a project of the Oppenheimers. These individuals are all flourishing with you being a billionaire, yet the mine workers' conditions continue to be worse. How do you form a union to go and save the workers, but the people who formed the union themselves are the ones who are succeeding, yet the mine workers are struggling? Mine workers in South Africa constitute to be the most exploited section of the working class in South Africa. Mine workers continue to be the most underpaid workers in South Africa compared the amount of wealth they extract from beneath our soil. Mine workers continue to stay in horrible conditions and informal settlement without water, roads, toilets, and without basic necessities. Mine workers continue to be the biggest victims of loan sharks, and with the biggest loan shark being Capitec. Mine workers continue to perish in occupational accidents. Solomon Nyerenda, Yvonne Mniz, and Priti Winnie Nkambule are still trapped inside a container in Lily Mine after the accident that happened in 2016, 8 years ago. Mine workers continue to live in communities defined by high levels of crime. When the mine workers protested for a minimum wage of 12,500 per month in Marikana 12 years ago, you as a director and a shareholder of London Mine, you did not take the side of the workers. You called for concomitant action, and 34 workers were massacred by the ANC government in Marikana. If you formed the union for these workers, why is the conditions remaining the way they are? The union was formed to suppress those workers. The conditions of mine workers in South Africa is applicable to many other categories of workers in South Africa. A lot of workers in South Africa live in absolute poverty, and there is no hope that their condition will change under GANU. If the history and fiction that you tell about the NUM and mine workers is anything to believe, why are mine workers still trapped in the condition they find themselves in today? Mr. President, it is almost a year since you went to Hammanskraal in June 2023 to admit to the people that you failed them after 31 people died after the cholera outbreak. To this day, the people of Hammanskraal still do not have clean, drinkable water. How can the president go into a place and find a crisis? And when he comes out of that place, the crisis remains. It doesn't only remain, it becomes worse. President, you went to Alexander and promised people 1 million houses. When we remind you that you promised people 1 million houses, you are going to say it's an insult. It's not an insult. Ke nnete. Le tsamaile lo botsa batho maka ba Alexander la re le tla ba fa 1 million houses. Le mamotlhale le ntlo e tia le shidi a sanga ya gagiwa after we ile kwa president wa botsa batho maka wa re o tlo ba fa dintlo. O tsamaile mo le minister Mkhunu la ya Giyane la fitla la botsa batho ba Giyane la re you are going to get water, and if you don't get water, action is going to be taken. What action? Minister Senzo Mkhunu is still a minister. If there was any action, it was supposed to be on him because the people of Giyane don't have water. Banu ba Giyane balaba mate, and you went to promise them water and you did not give them water. Here in Cape Town, you came here and established anti-gang unit. You said you are going to fight gangsterism here in Cape Town. After you left, the situation became even worse. Today, there are more police stations that are found here in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, which are involved in contact crimes. 4 out of 10 police stations in South Africa are found here, which are affected by drugs and gangsterism, which you said you formed a unit to deal with. You went to Mafike and called an imbizo and said the people must come and express themselves. Today, nothing has improved since you left Mafike. The people of Matlosana, Tswaing, Ratlo, Mafike, Madibe, and others do not have water, do not have dignified sanitation, and do not have roads, clinics, and clean parks. But because you make promises and fiction in your mind, these people are imagining their daily struggles. Mr. President, what is even more concerning is that even your 7th administration is characterized by fiction, supported by prepaid mainstream media. You continue with promises that you do not follow up on. Just recently, you went to the people of Kariega in Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality and promised them temporary houses in 30 days after they suffered recent floods. These people are still waiting for houses. 30 days has gone and passed. Until we clarify the roles and intentions, we will never support this budget vote 1 on the presidency because it is a waste of government resources. A lot of money is being spent on useless things instead of redirecting those resources into the projects that are beneficial to the people of South Africa. We don't understand. Why did you take intelligence and put it in your office instead of going to take the water crisis project of Hammanskraal and make it a presidential responsibility and deliver water? Let that water crisis sit in the office of the president if you mean it. We don't have a crisis of intelligence. That thing is imagination. The crisis is water in Giyane. Why is water not in the office of the president? Because that's what we are faced with. Why is crime not in the office of the president? You have something called evaluation and monitoring, which can monitor itself. How can it monitor other ministries? It has got no capacity to monitor itself. So we are making a call that instead of having these useless departments in your office, Bring police in your office, because crime is a serious issue in South Africa. Children are being killed, women are being raped. Those are matters that the president should be occupied with and be worried about. Not this thing of wanting to be with your faction in your office, even when it is not helpful to you. Let's take serious responsibilities into the office of the president. Let us reduce the cabinet and do away with deputy ministers. What you did to Honorable Sihle Zikalala is painful, that thing. When you see Sihle sitting down on a chair and that white man of a minister sitting next to him, instead of just removing Sihle and closing that deputy ministry, you humiliate him in a manner you have done. Deputy ministers do not have a role to play. They are unnecessary. We put a lot of money in the offices of deputy ministers who are not even known by anyone. They walk around with bodyguards and people start asking themselves as to who is this one now with bodyguards. So we can save a lot of money by reducing cabinet, by removing deputy ministers. President, nalwena reatlompana ibile rinna pleke ti nalwena refitari ya go each other's house reaka mautu. We don't need cabinet to make we don't need parliament to make an appointment. When we want to see each other, we have done so before. And I criticize you even when it is just the two of us. I'm not criticizing you here because I see these honorable members of parliament who will continue to engage each other robustly. You asked me a question and said, where were you? It was biologically impossible for me to be there. So don't question me. Go and question my mother and my father why I was not there. But when the time came, I showed up. And when the time came, I never sold out. When the time came, I was never a collaborator. I came at an early age and nothing will remove me. Attempts were there to silence me with the story of being disrespectful. I'm not disrespectful. I engage robustly. A ke rapeletse boroko ka budulala. Nna a ke tshabe motho, ke tshaba maka, ke bolela nnete. Mmuso wa dinonyana o tlowa in less than 2 years. Auwe mmuso wa dinonyana, auwe!
Honourable members, order. Honourable Malema, I did allow you to go over your time, so the 1 minute 40 seconds will then be taken from the next speaker from the EFF. I now invite the Honourable Deputy President of the Republic.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Dr. Anneli Lottrit, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Chief Whip Dumiseni Ntuli, Honorable leaders of all political parties in the National Assembly, Honorable members of the National Assembly in Hlekani. Let me begin by acknowledging the profound significance of the current moment in the history of our democracy. We find ourselves in an extraordinary social, economic, and political environment, a testament to the journey we have traversed over the years. A journey marked by significant historical transitions that connect us to our past, shape our present, and future. In 1994, we made the historic transition from a minority apartheid regime to a democratically elected government. That pivotal moment resulted in a government of national unity led by President Nelson Mandela. 30 years after that first government of national unity, we have now formed a new one, driven by our people's resolute desire for us to work together and hold each other or one another accountable. The reality of our recent election result is that no party represented in this House won an outright majority to work alone, whether legislatively or at the executive level. This underscores the importance of our collective responsibility in this new government of national unity. Our people want all parties to work together within the framework of our Constitution and build a country founded on non-racialism, non-sexism, and equality. This commitment, without compromising national stability and peace, reassures us of a hopeful future. In the words of one of the visionary leaders of our country, President Oliver Tambo, and I quote, "Our strength lies in unity, and in our unity lies our diversity," close quote. These words continue to inspire and remind us of the power of our collective efforts. Therefore, despite our diverse political party affiliations, it is crucial for us to combine our abilities to address and achieve the strategic goals set out by President Cyril Ramaphosa during his opening of Parliament address. These goals, which include promoting inclusive growth and job creation, alleviating poverty, addressing the high cost of living, establishing a capable, ethical, and progressive state, are too significant to be achieved in isolation. We must complement each other and recognize collaboration as a key to our success. We should use our diverse political ideas to improve our country's course. Our actions must be motivated by the need to better the lives of our people and not by selfish political desires. Whatever we do as members of the 7th Parliament must benefit the people. We must live up to our commitment to serve, but to build. The Presidency is committed to supporting and fulfilling its obligations as outlined in the Statement of Intent and the Medium-Term Development Program. As a strategic center of government, we will ensure broad representation and a solid mandate to govern the country, fostering increased transparency, accountability, and trust in a people-driven governance. We will continue to play an essential role in bringing about significant reforms over the next 5 years and beyond. We will always act as a compass for our nation, leading the agenda to create an even more equitable, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. President Ramaphosa has delegated several responsibilities to me to support him as the head of government and the executive. These responsibilities include accelerating land reform, improving service delivery, assisting in the district development model rollout, championing social policies through South African National AIDS Council and the Human Resource Development Council, social cohesion and initiatives focusing on traditional and Khoisan leaders, military veterans, as well as the water task team, which has just started with its tasks. The presidency is prioritizing the need to improve the speed of execution and introducing the discipline of getting things done. For example, Operation Vulindlela is undergirded by the concept of deliverology, the essence of delivering results. It is a target-driven process to ensure the successful implementation of reforms and the achievement of policy goals as outlined in the MTDP and the reforms introduced from the sixth administration. Through Operation Vulindlela, we have strengthened transformation efforts to improve the lives of many South Africans, and most importantly, assess the areas where much still needs to be done to address poverty, racial inequality, and economic development. Equally guided by the need to get things done, we are strengthening implementation of the district development model through better coordination across the various levels of government. This will improve municipal efficiencies and operations and address community concerns. Through the DDM, we engage industry leaders, amongst others, to promote entrepreneurship and employment creation in townships and rural areas. We are determined to strengthen partnerships with local communities, including traditional leaders, government, and community organizations. This cooperative interaction has already helped identify best practices and areas for improvement in executing the One Plan, which aims to integrate and connect public sector investments to maximize their impact on the long-term development of districts and metros. Working with the Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, we will provide stability to municipalities, and additional work is being done to expedite the much-needed turnaround in service delivery in this sector. We'll assess the progress and commitment made during the president or presidential Izimbizo and further engage the private sector to improve implementation of the agreed upon tasks and in various social compacts. Honorable Deputy Speaker, through the Human Resource Development Council, we are also building collaborations with business, labor, and government to secure essential skills for the economy and the state. The HRDC, over the next 5 years, aim to achieve, amongst others, enhancing fundamental education programs in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, increasing access to quality post-school education and training, enhancing research and technology and innovation, and producing skilled workers for the economy. We will also include the Human Resource Development Council activities in the medium-term development plan. In addition, we will support the Department of Basic Education's reading campaign by championing ongoing efforts to promote the reading culture in our schools and communities, ensuring that our children can read for meaning. Furthermore, we plan to strengthen our partnership with the National School of Government in its effort to professionalize the public service. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this debate coincides with the 25th International AIDS Conference taking place in Munich, in Germany, under the theme, Put People First. As has been the case over the years, South Africa is represented in this conference, the delegation led by Dr. Joe Pahla. South Africa
plays a crucial role in global health space, specifically as it relates to making substantial progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS and tuberculosis. As of February 2024, over 5.9 million people were under treatment and over 4.3 million had their viral load reduced. We will remain determined to end the HIV/AIDS epidemic in our country. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the Presidency, one of the critical priorities we are concerned with is promoting social cohesion and nation building. These efforts align Chapter 15 of the country's National Development Plan, which focuses transforming society and uniting the country. In this regard, we conduct a series of engagements with various partners, including traditional and Khoisan leaders. We have also been engaging with the National House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders to tackle the challenges such as the safety of traditional leaders in our country. I must say that the killing of traditional leaders remains the biggest thorn. We are working with the Ministry of Police to find a lasting solution to protecting our traditional leaders. Honorable members, land reform continues to be a top priority on our agenda. It remains a key programmatic response to achieving restorative justice and transforming colonial and apartheid spatial planning. We will continue to fast-track the land reform agenda regarding access and beneficial land use. I'm pleased to indicate that since the inception of the land reform program in 1994, 5.3 million hectares of land have been acquired through land redistribution, benefiting over 315,000 people, including labor tenants, farm dwellers, and an extension of security of tenure occupiers. Honorable members will agree that the government has made great strides to fast-track land reform, anchored on the rollout of an extensive agricultural support program. As a country, we continue to invest in the productive and efficient use of land assets, which will boost agricultural output and encourage economic growth in targeted areas. While we celebrate 30 years of democracy, honorable members, we must never forget those who fought for it, such as military veterans. In October 2020, the President established the Presidential Task Team for military veterans to address their plight. We are actively working with them to achieve the objective of the Military Veterans Act. In 2022, the Presidential Task Team on Military Veterans approved payment of pension benefit for qualifying military veterans. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in my capacity as a leader of government business, I will continue to monitor executive accountability to Parliament. In this regard, we will ensure that members of the executive fulfill their parliamentary obligations by appearing before portfolio committees and answering questions timeously. Honorable members, in silencing the guns, we are supporting peace efforts in the African continent. In this regard, we are already working with the people of South Sudan to ensure that they can hold peaceful elections by December of this year. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we also want to commend the President for having visited that region recently to look at what other efforts we can bring to bear in areas like the DRC as well. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I want to once again reiterate, as I stated at the beginning, that we must all work together, complementing each other and using our expertise and experience to make our country better and more admirable to the world. Our nation's success is contingent upon our unity. As President Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "It is so easy to break down and destroy. The heroes are those who make peace and build," close quote. Therefore, it is imperative for those of us who love this country and are committed to its purpose to pursue peace and strive for the good of our nation to build a better South Africa for the future generations to come. In honoring the hard work and determination of all those who have come before us and set the stage for progressive policies, we should be deliberate in designating the 7th administration as a period for the aggressive implementation of all our policies. As President Cyril Ramaphosa previously stated, we seated here today have the opportunity to transform South Africa into what it should be. So as honorable members, once again, let's continue to work together. The priorities have been outlined, and we will make sure that indeed the government of national unity succeeds. I want to end, Honorable Deputy Speaker, by saying it is now time to get down to work. Let's fold our shirts and make sure that we go down to work in our communities. The GNU shall succeed in the task of transforming this country for the better. Honorable Deputy Speaker, now that my time is coming to the end, let me once more reiterate the fact that with all the responsibilities that the President has delegated to me, we will move with speed to ensure their implementation. In fact, even with the problem of water, let me say, Honorable Malema, that say sungurile ntiro lo wa kulungisa swa mati hi ta fika na le Giyani a cancer inkomo.
I now invite the Honourable Nkosi Tebekulu.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Your Excellency the President, honourable members, South Africa is a country renowned for its progressive constitution, yet we find ourselves confronted by a stark reality, a nation grappling with profound challenges that threaten the very fabric of our society. This country is celebrated for having one of the best constitutions, not just in the continent, but globally. However, this reputation stands in stark contrast to the harsh realities faced by our people. Our people face very unnecessary hardship daily. We have recorded alarming numbers of violence against women and children, among the highest in the world, and those are just the recorded ones. Our country is riddled with crime, murders, hijackings, cash and transit haste, drugs and alcohol abuse plague our communities, rendering the day-to-day lives of South Africans difficult. As the IFP, we hope that this office will tackle this head-on and not just keep noting them in speeches with no real results. Mr. President, for a while now you have been saying to this House that you are engaging with representatives of business, labor, and other constituencies where you've been dealing with the collective action that needs to be taken to address the various challenges that constrains our economic growth. The integrity of your office and the transparency of government expenditure are pivotal to our democracy, and it is a high time that we see the results of these engagements. Rampant mismanagement of state funds, demonstrated by reports from departments like Defense, is a grave concern. All while our defense force struggles with inadequate resources and support, reports of exorbitant spending on unnecessary travel abroad underscore the critical misalignment of priorities. The welfare of our soldiers and the security of our nation must take precedence over frivolous expenditure. As the IFP, we have always highlighted that the failure of protect social and economic rights by our government will indeed be our undoing. Whilst we welcome the government of national unity, we do, however, demand accountability to remain the cornerstone of our national government's principles. We cannot tout the benefits of a government union while neglecting the very accountability that sustains it, particularly for your office, Mr. President. The issue of climate change cannot be overlooked in this debate. We have seen firsthand the debilitating effects of the elements recently with the floods throughout the various parts of the country. Last but not least, the constitutional role of fragile and cohesion leaders must be upheld and respected. Their cultural significance and contributions in local government must be integrated into the broader framework of our constitutional democracy. Mhlonishwa Mongameli, ngokwesabelo noma ngokwelungelo lamakhosi okanye abaholi bomdabu benziwa babayingxenye ngokomthetho wokwakhiwa komasipala, bayahlala emkhandleni womasipala kodwa abanazo. Uma ngeke ubuka ukuthi njena benziwe njengeyibanga bayithamela ilanga ukuthi bohlala kulawo masipala. The challenges facing our South Africa are formidable, but they are not insurmountable. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principles that define us: justice, equality, and accountability. Let us work together across party lines to forge a path forward that honors the promise of our Constitution and delivers a better future for all South Africans. Kube negama elikhulu sintula ugesi ezweni kwathiwa sinenkinga ye-load shedding. Muva nje-ke sesizwa sekune load reduction. Kuyamangaza-ke Mhlonishwa Mongameli. Mina lapho engisuka khona kwaCibe ekhulu ugesi uhamba ngo-8 ekuseni ubuye phakathi ka-8 no-9 ebusuku. Angazi noma kuseyiyona i-reduction noma i-load shedding ezweni lethu. Ngiqhubeke Mhlonishwa Mongameli. Uma ubheka umthetho udwetshwa waba muhle ukuthi ubuyisele umhlaba ebantwini. Kodwa inkinga ekhona kulo mhlaba obuyisele ebantwini. Sinenkinga yabasebenzi beminyango abalapha phansi kwabantu. Ayabuyisa amaplaza uma sefuna bawadedele bawahlephule in bits and pieces. Ekugcineni uthola ukuthi sekubekwe abangani babo kulezi ingxenye ezishwe ngaphandle. Kodwa ibe iclaim ibe igazetted kwavunyelwa ukuthi kufuneka umhlaba ubuyele esizweni. Lokho kuyodinga kuholela ekuthenini kube nezimpi zembango yomhlaba emakhaya. Ngakho-ke kuyadingeka Mhlonishwa Mongameli ukuthi umnyango wakho uzame ukulula iminwe ubheke uqede noma unqande lokhu ukukhohlakala okukhona emnyangweni wa-rural development and land reform. Ngiyabonga.
I now call on the Honourable Sauls.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker, thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. President, Deputy President, honourable members and South Africans at large. Greetings in the name of our Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ. Goeiemôre o uniki. Goeiemiddag almal. Open quote. The stone the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone, close quote. Mr. President, in your task to build a government of national unity, you have selected 10 stones to build with. As the Patriotic Alliance, we firstly want to thank you for choosing our stone as one of them. Our stone, Gayton Mackenzie, that many builders has rejected in this house and outside of this house as an ex-convict, a bandit and a gangster. But all signs are already showing that this rejected stone shall become the cornerstone of this GNU. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as the Patriotic Alliance, we support this budget because we want to see state intelligence strengthened so that we can have, as a nation, closure of what exactly happened to Jocelyn Smith and Nathaniel Julius. Mr. President, in terms of the presidency's strategic focus on migration, we want to inform you that illegal immigration costs us innocent lives. 3 young people in Kimberley, Northern Cape, has been killed by an undocumented foreign drunk driver. May we never forget the names of Michaela Boysen, Kevin Opuxi Matthews, Ophile Moketsi Jonas. Like a David facing a Goliath standing on the hill, Goliath screaming, "Give me a man." We see you, Mr. President, as that man who will finally answer the national question. 30 years ago today, the giant of racial segregation has fallen. But unlike David, the previous administration has not cut off the head of the apartheid mentality. As a result, institutionalized racism and marginalization of colored Busman people in particular has regained consciousness in the corridors of the National Assembly. It is not coincidence, Mr. President, that 3 years after you were born, the Freedom Charter, as the first GNU statement of intent was signed in Kliptown, steps away from Shawelo. The second GNU 3 decades ago today. And now the third GNU led by yourself during the 7th administration. The number of perfection, Mr. President. For 6 days God worked and on the 7th day God rested. It is time for South Africa to enter her rest, Mr. President. It's time for South Africa to enter the rest of mass employment, inclusive economic growth and a capable state for effective delivery. The opposition has asked, "Give me a man." We say, you are that man. Opposition calls you a wounded buffalo, Mr. President, but we say, you are that man. They reduce your contribution in the struggle to a conveyor belt operator. But in our eyes, Mr. President, you're still that man that will take the lead and deal with the national question. And when, Mr. President, the opposition opposes you, like you have done all this time, Mr. President, when they oppose, you remain composed. And Mr. President, like only in the Patriotic Alliance we say, that wanneer die fighters kom vir jou, Mr. President, Moenie bysa nie. Moenie bysa nie. Because the PA staan cement vas agter jou. Salute.
Order, members. I now invite the Honourable Dr. Mulder.
Debate today, vote 1, the presidency. Mr. President, after the election, you decided that the way forward was the creation of a government of national unity. And that is what you have done, and it was the right thing to do. Your invitation to all was not unqualified. It was not an unqualified invitation. It was qualified by the statement of intent with clear founding principles. First one, respect for the Constitution, the Bill of Rights in its entirety, and the rule of law. Secondly, non-racialism, non-sexism, and a long list of other priorities. That was also the right thing to do. The Freedom Front Plus decided to join the government of national unity, and that was also the right thing to do. We are committed to assist and to make a success of the government of national unity and South Africa. But our commitment was also not unqualified. The FF Plus, firstly, will not be assimilated by any other political party, and that goes for all the parties in the government of national unity. We will remain a niche party that will also stand for the rights of our community, the Afrikaner community, as well as other minorities. Secondly, we will remain committed to self-determination, and Mr. President, you know there are some unfinished business in that regard. The purpose of the debate today is to do oversight over Vote 1, the presidency. Section 42(3) of the Constitution clearly states that the NA represents the people, and one of its functions is to scrutinize and oversee executive action. It is common cause that we currently do not have a specific portfolio committee that is doing oversight over Vote 1, the presidency. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Slope, referred to that as well today, and I think this is going to be an issue that will not go away. It will be something that we need to deal with. This matter was raised by the Zondo Commission into allegations of state capture, and one of the recommendations was that Parliament consider whether it would be desirable for it to establish a committee whose functions is oversight over acts or omissions by the President and the Presidency, which are not overseen by other committees. Section 92(2) of the Constitution also refers to that. Mr. President, you refer to all the number of things that are seated within the presidency, and obviously the work of the presidency has become more and more, and the presidency has become bigger and bigger. Just refer to Operation Vulindlela and other important things that you are dealing with. The priority of the government of national unity, as you correctly pointed out, is inclusive economic growth. It is our view that the executive and the presidency cannot do this alone. Never mind civil society, but we need all hands on deck. That includes the legislative branch of government as well. A year ago, a delegation of 6 senior members of Parliament travelled overseas to other jurisdictions to see if we can find a mechanism to do oversight over the presidency. What we need is not a normal portfolio committee. We need a unique, homegrown mechanism, not a portfolio committee. And let's be clear, the purpose of that mechanism cannot be to settle personal scores or to do attacks on the president's person as an individual. That's not the purpose of such kind of unique method that we need. There are other methods that one can do and deal with other issues. But what is necessary is that we do find a mechanism that can deal with these issues. For example, in the United Kingdom, they have what they call a liaison committee. It's a committee that consists of the chairpersons of all the different portfolio committees. And they interact with the President, in that case the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, in terms of discussing policy, discussing, understanding where the policy that government formulates comes from, and interact. And if we are serious to say that we want all hands on deck, then it will also be in terms of policy and get all the different portfolios and the legislative branch on board. It can be done. It should be done. Mr. President, you will be in charge of this process in terms of the government of national unity. I've listened to some of the contributions made from some of the opposition parties. It is clear we do need a government of national unity. Thank you, sir.
Honourable members, in terms of the speakers list, the next speaker is the Honourable Dr. Maswanganyi.
Mchabseki Spikara, Shaweta President, Xandla xa President Mchaviseki Mashatile, vaholobye, vachaviseki va huvo yo endla milawu ya Republic ya Afrika-Dzonga na mixeweta. Da khensa ku nyikiwa nkarhi wa ku va ti hoxa xandla eka njhekanjhekisano wa mpimanyeto wa hofisi ya President. Spikara, mina ni ta lava ku nghena hi vuenti eka nkoka wa mpimanyeto evuton'wini bya vanhu va Afrika-Dzonga. This vote is tabled and debated against the country celebrating 30 years of democracy under the ANC government. Marking the 30th anniversary of our constitutional democracy, our nation stands vibrant in diversity as one people of South Africa with a single system of expenditure controls for public finances. At the onset of democracy, the new government inherited an economy in crisis. The economy had been shaped by apartheid policies and by dependence on mining exports. The apartheid government's economy was built on systematically enforced exclusion, linked to racial exclusion in every sphere. In the former homelands, only 20% of adults were employed. South Africa's colonial apartheid history has resulted in black people being marginalized from the mainstream of the economy. From the economy in crisis, the democratic government has made enormous strides in addressing the legacies of apartheid. In the past 30 years, growth and employment have improved markedly, despite the global setback of the 2008 financial crisis, while investment has improved. The state has taken bold steps to diversify the economy. Reflecting on the first budget of the ANC government and the inaugural Public Finance Accountability Report published on 22nd June 1994, we are poignantly reminded of our infamous history of socio-economic disparities, characterized by overbearing racial footprint on unemployment, poverty, and inequality. At that time, the state revenue account recorded total revenues of approximately 89.2 billion rand, resulting in a budget deficit of 25.4 billion. This deficit necessitated financing amounting to 25.1 billion, equivalent to 28.5% of the revenue budget for the 1994-95 fiscal year. Today, contemporary figures indicate that South Africa's main budget revenue exceeds 1.8 trillion rand. Economic and social development priorities, Honorable Deputy Speaker, have generally received the greatest proportion of the budget. The percentage of households with access to an improved source of water grew by about 4 percentage points between 2002 and 2022, from 84.4% to 88.5%. Social grants remain a vital safety net for the vulnerable. Empirical research conducted by the OECD finds positive statistical significant correlations between social grants and economic development. It is important, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to give this historical background of the ANC government over the past 30 years in order to rebut what we call historical negationism. How can we possibly be well equipped to confront history's nuanced and multifaceted present-day legacy if our politicians and some sections of the media deliberately fabricate and fail to acknowledge objective
historical facts. We must resist any agenda that seeks to deny or purposefully negate history in order to fit a negative political narrative against the ANC achievement. This debate takes place against the President having signed the Pension Funds Amendment Bill. The Pension Funds Amendment Bill and the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill will enable the implementation of the two-pot retirement system on the 1st of September 2024. Workers will be able to withdraw from their retirement savings without resigning. Workers have been waiting for this relief since 2020. On the 22nd of August, the Standing Committee Finance will have an oversight visit to GEPF in Tshwane to monitor the state of readiness for the implementation of the two-pot system. This is informed by the committee's strategy of track and trace. Track and trace strategy of the Standing Committee is to monitor the implementation of the department's entities and the entities' APPs. President, we thank you for signing the Public Procurement Bill. Public Procurement Bill is an achievement towards the public policy objectives. It is a remedy for historical disadvantaged groups that rely upon the implementation of public procurement practices in a country-specific context. In a visual address to mark the National Women's Day in 2020, President Ramaphosa announced the government's plans to expand women's access to economic opportunities by setting aside 40% of public procurement for women-owned businesses. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when government tried to implement the set-aside, it was challenged by the right-wingers in the court of law, and the court ruled in their favor. Public Procurement Bill will be an enabler to remove obstacles that prevent seamless participation by black-owned, women-owned, youth-owned, businesses owned by those who are disabled in public procurement. In 2019, the President assented to the National Minimum Wage Act, lifting the wages of 6 million poorly paid farm, domestic, construction, hospital, retail, security, cleaning, and other categories. What is needed now is to boost compliance by providing the Department of Employment and Labor the resources it needs to inspect the workplaces. Honorable Deputy Speaker, government must address the issue of the financial sector transformation. The financial sector has not sufficiently transformed since the advent of democracy. Transformation targets must be set and enforced. This needs to be geared towards ensuring the deracialization of the sector in terms of ownership, leadership, staffing, and servicing, providing access to banking and financial services for the majority of South Africans who live in townships, informal settlements, and rural areas. Provide greater support and access to funding for SMEs. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the GNU should explore the possibility of tapping on prescribed assets to leverage economic growth, transformation, and job creation. The Presidency, the Department and entities should strengthen social, inclusive, and economic budgeting. Budget is not blind. Equitable and socially inclusive government budgets is the only way to ensure that government is committed to equity and social inclusive values and practices, and that the most pressing needs of the various social groups are satisfied. If left unattended, the exclusion of the disadvantaged groups can be costly. Muchabseki Spikara, hina hiriva ANC, iseketela mpimanyeto wa ofisi ya President, kunga vote 1, iseketela mpimanyeto lo, hikuva wu ta tisa vutomi byo antswa eka vanhu va Afrika-Dzonga. Akhani mambo da cancer.
I now call the Honourable Trollop to the podium.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, after an absence of 10 years in this House, I see that the more things change, the more they stay the same. In 2009, as the Leader of the Opposition, I called for a dedicated oversight committee of the Presidency. We have 9 such committees in the provinces, and the question is, why not here? In the past 2 months, I've heard the same chorus being sung by a new choir. When will the refrain be heard? Why is the Presidency so averse to direct, inclusive oversight? Is it because your office has become a bloated super department with multiple ministries and deputy ministries, as enumerated by former Judge Klope? Or is it because you just do not want to account to this House? I know that the past Parliament conducted a study tour in this regard to the British Houses of Parliament, and I've read the report. However, in using the Westminster model to reach its conclusions, it didn't compare apples with apples. The British Prime Minister faces weekly public scrutiny oversight in Prime Minister's question times. These questions relate only to the matters that the Prime Minister handles directly, which are relatively few, as many substantive matters are handled by the various ministers and their departments. In your case, Honourable President, this is considerably different. And what's more, the opportunities for MPs to ask you questions are severely limited to courtly opportunities that are frankly sanitized due to the mechanical procedures and foregoing submission processes. In light of this and the fact that we are hearing your report for the first time today, we as Action SA reinforce that we should have an oversight committee of the Presidency. For example, Operation Vulindlela, that was conceptualized to coordinate the work of key priority departments and break down silos, whilst a noble idea, it has essentially become a dual civil service or a new government department with all the related costs, and it serves only to treat the symptoms of departmental dysfunction and not their cause. Listening to the new Deputy Minister of Energy and Electricity lamenting here today confirms this. Look at transport, where Vulindlela has specific focus. Our roads are being destroyed by trucks carrying rail freight on them because the rail network was allowed to be destroyed. Bulk freight rail for coal and manganese should never be allowed to be on our roads. And if it wasn't for the connected elite who are heavily invested in road freight transport, it wouldn't be allowed. This needs oversight. Manganese export management in Nelson Mandela Bay is parlous. It's destroying municipal and state infrastructure and compromising public health. The manganese terminal and fuel tankers at the Port Elizabeth Harbour should have been relocated to Kucha IDZ and the Port of Mocha years ago, but the deadlines keep moving. It's because these facilities are depreciated and thus much more profitable to continue using them, as new environmentally compliant facilities would drastically reduce profit. Your past presidency was defined by the establishment of multiple commissions, committees, and projects. These require leadership, decision-making, and action that have been conspicuous by their absence. This is yet another reason we need an oversight committee, as it can cut through impervious defensiveness, which reflects poorly on government and in fact gave rise to state capture in the 4th and 5th parliaments that you called the 9 wasted years. Now that there's a new political dispensation, hopefully the new voices in your coalition government and the noise from your erstwhile comrades now occupying the opposition benches will galvanize you into action and promote the kind of ethical leadership that South Africa so desperately deserves. Honourable President, we haven't had 118 days of no load shedding. There's a new euphemism. It's called load reduction. It means the same thing. Abantu banamban. I want to agree with Honourable Malema, who said that the Lily Mine matter and the Hammanskraal water matter has been appallingly handled. But what he's just done sounds like expropriation without compensation to me, because it's Action SA that has stood by those families of the Lily Mine tragedy, and it's an Action SA deputy mayor that will ensure that the people of Hammanskraal have water in their taps by the end of September. In conclusion, Mr. President, I remember that you came to Nelson Mandela Bay on the 25th of March. You said you had crime under control. What I remember about that day, you went to lunch at Brooks Hill Pavilion and your VIP protection convoy filled the parking lot. People are still dying in Nelson Mandela Bay. You do not have crime under control.
And I invite the Honourable Minister in the Presidency.
Madam Deputy Speaker, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President, Honorable Paul Mashatile, Deputy Ministers in the Presidency, Honorable Kenny Morolo and Honorable Nongeba Mhlauli, Honorable Chief Whip, and Honorable Members. The period between 30 May 2024 and the early hours of Sunday, 30th June 2024, felt like South Africa was teleported to what the infamous British statesman Joseph Chamberlain described as living in most interesting times, in which our history was so full, in which day by day brought us new objects of interest and also new objects of anxiety, close quote. A period that required unquestionable patriotism and great leadership to ensure our democracy proves its maturity and for our country to continue to hold its own in the global arena. A period when class clowns also attempted to be actors, but we collectively breathed a sigh of relief when the heroes did not go off the stage. As we have witnessed in this house, the clowns came on, got the biggest, juiciest laughs, and then left the podium. The business of leading remained the responsibility of great men and women, because the African National Congress, under the leadership of President Cyril Ramaphosa and other reasonable South African political leaders, opted to make the prioritize the interests of South Africa. And for that, SA is still the great country of Nelson Mandela. Mr. President, rena re tswa Limpopo. Re a mo tsiba Moshabi. Ha ka thoma ya Mutina, ho tshoro o ikhatile Mosela. We have touched the core of the things. Honorable Malema will not spend time here and just deal with you and not focus on important issues. But it's because you were spot on. But let me remind you, honorable members, when I was sitting there, and even on Friday, the women, the elderly, and the poorest of the poor, who were members of Stokesfeld burial societies, were saying to me, who has the right to question the character of the president? If anyone else but not Honorable Julius Malema, because it's not even the money they lost, it's the impact. They were not able to bury their dead with dignity. People of Bembe wait only for 4 to 5 days before they bury their dead. The fact that they queued for 7 and 14 days before they could bury their dead, that's painful. Today, the elderly of Bembe are suffering hypertension. Not because of anything else. We are dealing with chronic diseases of high blood pressure and sugar diabetes, because those elderly whose patients could not take their grandchildren to school are now suffering a generation of lost opportunities. Why? Because Honorable Malema and the EFF got money from VBS. Their party was actually registered by the process of GCF. They've reminded me. They've reminded me again, honorable members.
Honourable Minister, please take your seat. There's a point of order. Please proceed, member.
Thanks, Speaker. I rise on a point of order because the Speaker on the platform is misleading the House and casting aspersions on honourable members and an entire political party. And I think that she is confusing the EFF for the SACP, for the ANC, for Denim Caesar, for Bladen Zimande. And I think she's really supposed to understand the rules. Withdraw with immediate effect and bring a substantive motion if she's got the balls. Thank you.
Honourable Ndlozi, it is the presiding officer's responsibility to make a ruling and not for a member to tell the presiding officer how to make the ruling. I will judge this. And Honourable Minister, yes, you did, in fact, cast aspersions on a member of this House, and we do know the rules that you then submit a substantive motion, so I will sustain that. But where it comes to a party, the rules indicate that you can actually say that about a party. It is only when it becomes the individual that you bring a substantive motion. So, Minister, I'm not going to ask you to withdraw, but to in fact come with a substantive motion, and you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Terry Mutaung and the Shipua Matodis affidavit talk for themselves, and South Africans don't need another substantive motion. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is the people and the women of Limpopo who reminded me that the first major report of former public protector of South Africa, Advocate Thuli Mazini, was on point, and the Ratanang Family Foundation. And they said we must remind people that those who live in glass houses must remember not to throw stones. Ngachivenda bari shango alirari uradzamundi wao. Ridibwa President Ramaphosa waradza Africa Chipembe. Therefore, Mr. President, the responsibility of the presidency as the department at the apex of the administration is to support you and the Deputy President as you lead the implementation of government's priorities as you articulated in the recent opening of Parliament address and earlier in the budget vote. Whether in the production of goods or in the delivery of services, coordination helps organizations to achieve high performance outcomes. We deem the South African government as an organization with its own dynamics. As such, the coordination role of the presidency will be more critical as the government completes the outstanding work of the 6th administration whilst bracing for the implementation of the 7th administration priorities. Let me assure you, Mr. President and the honorable members, that we are ready for continuity and change. For this period, 2024-2025 financial year, the presidency is allocated a budget of 612 million, which is a reduction in the baseline allocation by 40.7 million compared to 2023-2024 financial year. So that budget that is supposed to be big is not very big. Bearing in mind the financial constraints, we are determined to discharge our responsibility and mandate with commitment, resolve, and dedication to provide the necessary support to the President and his executive as per their mission. A defining feature in the coordination role of the presidency is ensuring government-wide high-quality data and evidence-based decision-making. To achieve this, there's a need to fast-track work already underway to professionalize the public service and prevent undue political interference in the administration of the state, to quote the opening address of the President. We therefore appreciate the 6th Parliament for passing the Public Service Amendment Bill and the Public Administration Amendment Bill. These bills mark a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts to enhance the professionalism, efficiency, and responsiveness of the public service and administration in South Africa. These two bills introduce provisions aimed at enhancing administrative powers, strengthening accountability mechanisms, and improving efficiency in the public service. These reforms align with President Ramaphosa's vision for a professional, efficient, and ethical public service, which is also one of the 3 priorities in the medium-term development plan of the Government of National Unity. The Public Service Amendment Bill proposes amendments to the Public Service Act to empower heads of departments with administrative powers, enhance the role of the Director General in the Presidency, clarify the role of the Public Service Commission, and provide clarity on the appointment and career incidents of heads of departments. Similarly, the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill seeks to harmonize critical aspects of the administration across all spheres of government. The bill also emphasizes the promotion of ethical standards for public servants by prohibiting those employees participating in procurement processes from being employed by those service providers who did business with their entities. The harmonization of critical aspects of the public administration across all spheres of government through the PAMA bill will also lend support to the local government reforms, as will be coordinated through Operation Vulindlela. In this regard, we'll soon consolidate the progress report on the work of the eThekwini Presidential Working Group to reactivate its work and support the initiatives of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government and the newly appointed Executive Mayor of eThekwini to work to turn around the Metro administration. We are confident that through the work of the Presidential Working Group, we should be able to develop a workable blueprint to assist other metros facing similar challenges as directed by His Excellency the President and the envisaged local government reforms. The local government reforms must also institutionalize the implementation of the district development model with its measurable and impactful one government, one plan approach. StatsSA has committed in the 2024-2025 work program to re-engineer the household survey program so that they can provide low-level data to inform the district development model. This is part of our responsibility to implement measures to ensure the communities have access to dependable and high-quality services. Last year, when I was tabling the StatsSA budget, I urged all of us to endeavor to use statistics for insight, what we refer to as data-driven decision-making, to avoid what the renowned poet, Scottish poet Andrew Lang once warned against. I quote, "Most people use statistics like a drunk man uses a lamppost, more for support than for illumination." I do not wish to take this house to the intentional misinterpretation of statistics on the success and weaknesses of the sixth administration that were done last Friday and earlier during this debate, when others designated themselves teachers teaching out exam fails with much drama, but I expected no less performance from one pursuing a master's degree in theater and performance. It's a pity it was just a wrong stage. However, allow me to explain the context of South Africa's employment situation. The year 2020, with its COVID-19 pandemic, brought with what no human being could have imagined or predicted. It changed the world as we knew it. COVID-19 shook down everything we had, including our economy and its jobs. According to the quarterly labor force survey of South Africa had 16.4 million people in employment in the first quarter of 2020. We lost 2.3 million jobs in the second quarter of that year, down to 14.1 million jobs. Overall, the South African economy rescinded to 2008 levels. It was the government, in partnership with business and labor and civil society, that developed and implemented the economic reconstruction and recovery plan that enabled us to build back the current employment numbers that have even surpassed the pre-COVID-19 levels. Currently, the number of employed persons in South Africa is sitting at 16.7 million, an increase of 2.5 million jobs from the low of 14.1 million during COVID-19 and the 16.4 million pre-COVID-19. In the first quarter of 2024, 9 of 11 industries showed higher employment levels than those recorded during the COVID-19 pandemic. Notably, the finance industry has the most significant recovery, with 680,000 more jobs compared to the second quarter of 2020. The community and social services sector, which includes government, increased by 547,000, and the trade sector followed with 525,000 more individuals employed than during the pandemic levels, while the transport sector saw an increase of 177,000 employed. Private households also saw an increase of 173,000 jobs, followed by 150,000 in manufacturing and 149,000 in construction compared to the second quarter of 2020. In addition, agriculture saw an increase of 142,000 jobs, while mining experienced an increase of 81,000 employed individuals than during the pandemic. Honorable Mantashe, if I knew you were a millionaire, I would have been your best friend since the sixth administration. But a pity you are not a very supportive friend who would have invited me to say what business made you millionaire during your NUM days. Because of the ANC's commitment to the eradication of poverty, unemployment, and poverty, President Ramaphosa developed the Presidential Employment Stimulus, a special program focused on coordinating government initiatives towards public and social employment creation. The overall performance of this initiative from 2020 until March 2024 continues to exceed the set targets, and the President has articulated the details in terms of those targets. Our largest program under the Presidential Employment Initiative is the Basic Education Employment Initiative, commonly known as the Teacher Assistant Program, which to date has created over 1 million opportunities for young people to be placed as assistants in schools across the country, becoming the largest youth employment program in South Africa's history and serving as a teacher replacement pipeline. And for that matter, Dr. Hlophe, basic education and the other social programs receive part of the largest budget allocation in the fiscus. It's only now that the debt repayment has overtaken that, but as you remain a member, you'll come to understand those things. The Social Employment Fund, another large-scale program, is aimed at supporting the social economy through the non-profit organizations and coordinated through the Industrial Development Corporation of the DTIC. The CEF supports the work of civil society organizations to create employment by building on the work they already do to enable community-driven solutions to local programs. This includes frail care, early childhood development, combating gender-based violence, community safety, and the creative industries, amongst others. The CEF has created more than 167,000 job opportunities against a target of 100,000. The other employment stimulus program include the subsistence farmer support through the Subsistence Producer Relief Program, Honorable Speaker, a revitalized National Youth Service, the Public Employment Program for metros, and the placement support for university graduates. Appreciating the opportunity that technology provides to bridge the gaps and the rate at which youth have develop and adopt technology, the PYE successfully established the SA Youth Mobi, and the President has given the details in terms of the people who have subscribed. Through the sayouth.mobi, job seekers can access the network to find opportunities, earn an income, and to stay engaged and connected. The Presidency, together with the development partners and other departments, will continue to provide strategic oversight and coordination of the presidential employment stimulus and the PYE and other public employment initiatives. Madam Speaker, we remain focused on the work of the National Logistics Crisis Committee to unlock the bottlenecks
Honourable
on our
Minister, please take your seat. There is a point of order. Yes, member, please proceed.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that the Speaker is misleading the House. First, she said eThekwini has got executive mayor. Then she tells us about a country we know not of. I'm not sure which country she's talking about. She makes it seem there's no unemployment in this country and that there's no poverty in this country. So I'd like her to focus on South Africa. She's obviously living in a dream and talking about a country which we know nothing of.
Honourable
Thank you,
member,
Madam Deputy Speaker.
That is a matter of debate. And yes, I see another point, but I am still busy ruling Honourable Michalakis. So the Minister is allowed to do that. You have also said that she is misleading. That is not unparliamentary. If you said she is intentionally misleading, that would have been a point of order. But Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on point 78, which reads that every member desiring to speak must, if possible, stand while addressing the Chair. Madam Speaker, I have noted that many of the members of the opposition have been seated while addressing the Chair. I do think it detracts from the decorum of the House, and I would like your ruling in this regard, please.
Thank you, Honourable Michalakis. Yes, the convention is that we do stand when we do speak from the floor. However, I am also quite cognizant of the fact that sometimes you are then removed from the microphone and that you're not audible. So it will be up to the discretion of the presiding officer whether we allow sitting or not. Thank you. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
We remain focused on the work of the National Logistics Crisis Committee to unlock the bottlenecks in our ports, freight and rail, and ensure the full implementation of the National Logistics Roadmap with active and meaningful participation of all stakeholders to achieve the same levels of success of NECOM. We are cognizant of the magnitude of work at hand and the scarcity of resources. It is for this reason that we are not only reliant on the convening power of the President, but our firm belief believe in the importance of partnership for the pursuit of the country's shared goals and the business sense of using other people's money. But we are socialized to know that munwe muti out matutu. I'll tell you which committees does the state security respond to, what the DPME reports to, what the state SA respond to, because I think they've not done proper induction. Otherwise, we'll wait for Parliament to do reinduction. Thank you.
The next speaker on the speakers list is the Honourable Ndlela.
Honourable Speaker, respected members of Parliament, today I rise on behalf of the Mkhonto weSizwe Party under the leadership of President Zuma and our party leader, Dr. John Hlophe. Honourable Speaker, I believe this bill, in fact this vote, perpetuates economic inequalities and fails to address the needs of the majority of South Africans, particularly the most disadvantaged communities in the rural areas and the poorest of the poor, one of those being Shawelo. Honourable Speaker, there are some that refer to themselves as builders, and as the Progressive Caucus, led by Mkhonto weSizwe, as breakers. Now, how is it that we are referred to as breakers when the same president led the breakdown of the same state entities that he is nestling in the presidency today? How is it? The only conclusion I can give is that they refer to us as breakers because they know, as the incoming government, we are going to be the breaker of service delivery records. They refer to us as breakers because we are going to break the barriers of poverty that have continued to impoverish our people for the past 30 years because of this constitution that is unconstitutional. Now, as the howlers continue, I'll continue to be progressive.
Speaker.
The Speaker at the podium, please take your chair. There is a point of order.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm rising in terms of Rule 66. We've been abused, Honourable Deputy Speaker, by members of the ANC. We have been listening to their leaders saying a lot of nothing here, but we've been paying attention, and we are not doing justice, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We are not protecting the Speaker there. Can you kindly protect the Speaker?
Honourable Member, I have been listening, and the Speaker at the podium was quite audible, and there have been let's say, some noise from all the sides of the House, so your point is not sustained. Speaker at the podium, please continue.
Nice try. Mr. President, 30 years ago, you were part of the same negotiations that led to the formation of the Government of National Unity off the back of a crisis, which was apartheid. In the same negotiations, being the chief negotiator with these racists, you led the conclusion of a constitution that we today find ourselves with, that continues to favor the few and continues to exclude the downtrodden people. It is for exactly this reason, Mr. President, that we are calling for the change of this constitution that you negotiated 30 years ago and that continues to protect the few. Today, Mr. President, 30 years down the line, you emerge as the chief negotiator for another government of so-called national unity. Now, wouldn't you say, Mr. President, that being the case with your emergence is in effect a perpetuation of what has transpired when what started 30 years ago? Are we saying, Mr. President, that with this so-called government of national unity, which you've also negotiated on behalf of the people that rejected yourselves, will change anything that has not been addressed in the past 30 years? My answer is a big, resounding no. Now, Mr. President, we refer to issues of water in this country. That same constitution 30 years ago protected the rights of certain individuals, the few, who today have got the rights to dams. And guess what? Unfortunately for Minister Mtuni, when he was Minister of Water and Sanitation, he tried to take this to the courts to institute water reforms. And guess what happened, Mr. President? It was the same constitution that blocked the advancement of people having access to water because of irrigation rights that were given during apartheid to an individual that today owns a dam. How can that be for sustainability, and how can we transform our people's lives with that being the case, Mr. President? Mr. President, over the past 10 years, there's been no beneficiation for our people. In actual fact, it has been at its lowest in the history of this country. No beneficiation in terms of minerals, and no beneficiation in terms of social justice. This is the reality we're faced with, Mr. President. But as long as we continue to have a constitution that marginalizes our people, we will not be able to advance organic growth and change for our people, Mr. President. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on just a couple of issues here as I close off. ESCOM, Mr. President. When President Zuma, that you are referring to, left office, had 85 billion rands of debt. Today, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, it is sitting at 160 billion rands. That in of itself is a telling story. Mr. President, ESCOM is not Shanduka. Mr. President, Glencore today is paid double the tariff rate for coal. Trafigura leads the fuel supply at PetroSA and other state entities. And guess what? There is pure silence. Mr. President, PetroSA is not Shanduka. Transnet, Mr. President, today has been experiencing dilapidating infrastructure since you took office. The ports are being privatized, and the nervous system of Transnet has been outsourced to your friends, being Bidvest. Mr. President, Transnet is not Shanduka.
I now invite the Honourable Thring. Order, members.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of our ACDP President, Reverend Dr. Kenneth Meshwe, I wish to firstly acknowledge the 500 public servants who work hard behind the scenes to execute the mandate and functions of the Presidency. The ACDP notes that the primary role of the Presidency is to lead and coordinate the affairs of government. Additionally, we note that the Presidency was not spared budget cuts, with the COO in the Presidency lamenting that these budget shortfalls seen across most departments are due to our sluggish GDP growth, reduced corporate tax revenues, and government debt service costs, amongst others. Deputy Speaker, the ACDP has expressed concern over the centralization of our SOEs under the presidency. While most of our SOEs were subjected to looting and maladministration during and after the period of state capture, the ACDP is not convinced that a presidential SOE council to establish a state-owned holding company is the panacea to providing effective oversight of SOEs. The key consideration and concern here is the lack of monitoring and oversight of the presidency itself. This is not an act of good governance, but one open to exploitation, which the ACDP cannot support. The ACDP is cognizant of the Operation Vulindlela joint initiative to accelerate the implementation of structural reforms and support economic recovery. Like many other good initiatives of government, paying lip service to this initiative will only serve as an antagonistic paradigm to an inclusive, capable, and ethical developmental state. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the ACDP asserts that a just energy transition that excludes the use of coal in the energy mix would be unjust. With some 200 years' worth of quality coal beneath our soil, it would be economically suicidal for us not to use our clean coal technology to help to modernize our industrial base and grow our economy. On the international relations front, the ACDP calls on the presidency not to be silent on the 9.2 million black African slave trade, particularly in the Arab states such as Libya. Do not be silent, Mr. President, on the slaughter of some 1,800 Christians in northern Mozambique currently taking place. Do not be silent on the 50,000 Christians that are slaughtered in a genocidal campaign waged by Islamist jihadists across the parts of sub-Saharan Africa, who recently were urged by Islamic State spokesman Abu al-Ansari to kill them wherever you find them, referring to Christians. Do not be silent, Mr. President. The ACDP posits that perhaps the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which has failed to reconstruct our economy, should be changed to the Renaissance Plan, because our nation is desperately in need of renaissance, renewal, and revival. In this regard, the ACDP urges the presidency, in the execution of its mandate, to fast-track the policy of beneficiation. South Africa continues to export the bulk of its raw material and employment rate and youth unemployment rates in the world. We must exploit our mineral resource base of some $2.5 trillion, 45 trillion rand, using our competitive and comparative advantages. It is said, a rising tide lifts all boats. May we use our competitive and comparative advantages to rise the tide of South Africans. I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much. President, South Africa faces a compendium of complex socio-economic challenges, most of which you already highlighted and indicated, and they center to a large extent around poverty, unemployment, and inequality. However, part of the problem facing South Africa at the moment is crime, one of violent crime, especially in the townships. The township economies have come to their knees because of extortion and the challenges that our people face on a daily basis. However, if you were to look at the budget of the police, the 113 billion rands that police receives per annum, only about less than 5% of that is given to crime intelligence, although we are facing a challenge of significant crime in our townships. The other issue, which is very important, President, is that there must be task forces, specialized, dedicated task forces that are given allocation and resources to be able to tackle crime in the townships because the economies are dying. The other challenge that townships face, for example, is that people have counterfeit goods. A lot of our people have died because they consumed things which they were not supposed to consume because they were counterfeit goods. The UDM does agree indeed with the proposal that we need to establish a portfolio committee on the presidency
so that the director in the office, the Director General of that office, can come to Parliament to account about, at regular intervals, about organizational and performance issues that relate to the presidency and administrative issues. On the international front, President, in the past there has been growing concerns that we are pursuing, or we pursued, our economic interests globally and continentally in an uncoordinated sense, that our embassies around the world did not do an adequate job in economic diplomacy, so that some of them were inadequately networked with official and non-state actors. If we are to reignite growth, economic diplomacy has to be part of the central strategy of government in doing that, so that our embassies must be able to be put in a position where they promote trade, promote inward investments for the country, collaborate on bilateral and multilateral trade agreements, and that we're able to actually hold them to account about the trade account between the different countries. That is important, between the different countries in which they actually represent South Africa. President, one of the issues which concerned us a great deal as we're flying around the world doing study tours is that South Africa is actually offered fully paid fellowship programs that are made available to South Africa in particular, to students to pursue undergraduate and postgraduate studies or degrees in many parts of the world. These fellowship programs are not taken up. In fact, what should happen is that the various embassies around the world, South African embassies, should be able to consolidate the information, establish as to how many of those opportunities are available so that they can be distributed equally among our people, especially the students who come from poor backgrounds. The other important issue, President, is that we are not utilizing properly the African Renaissance Fund, where in instances where we give money to African brothers or countries, we are able to get them to commit to undertake certain reforms around issues of creating a culture of human rights and promoting peace and stability on the continent. President, we should support Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, because their efforts are intended to disentangle themselves from a comprehensive web of oppressive entanglements from their former colonial masters. We should be supportive of that. The Rwanda-DRC diplomatic crisis requires an intervention from the AU, where dialogue, instead of us sending our soldiers to die there, who are inadequately equipped, dialogue between those warring factions so that peace and stability can obtain in the eastern part of the DRC. Thank you ever so much.
I now invite the Honourable Bergman.
Someone's nice pen is here. I'm going to take it. Thanks. The office of the presidency seems to be a heavy trailer attached to the proverbial bullet train that is moving in the right direction. Departments should be an extension of the president and should be run in the spirit of how the president intends to run his term of office. If we are to be honest with ourselves, President Ramaphosa could have ended his term as president with the legacy of his term of office overseeing the worst of our economy, the worst of our global relationships, and quite frankly, being worse off than the previous tenure of state capture and plundering. Yet here we are, with every red light moving well into the orange, wanting to finally push through into the green. For the first time in 20 years, in the post-Madiba era, there is an era of excitement, an eager anticipation. I hope that we can build South Africa and make it work for everyone. The opening of Parliament was a proud moment for me. I've studied the National Development Plan and I've studied the DA election manifesto for 2024. Mr. President, I think we both have been studying the same books, the same two books. You seem to have picked the best of both books to make a bold vision that understands that nothing starts without floating the economy, that we create jobs, we build more infrastructure, we appoint the right people into positions, and we educate from the ground up. The stimulation of the economy will lead to safer streets, healthier citizens, and a more unified country. It all starts with a plan. Then we need the right people to monitor this plan. Finally, we need to have a committee that can oversight and make recommendations that will not only be heard, but will have the commitment of the President and ministers above to penalise those that underperform and ensure that there is a compliance and commitment from the ministers to the plan. A concern the DA has raised repeatedly is the lack of a dedicated parliamentary committee to oversee the presidency, a concern also echoed by Chief Justice Zondo in the inquiry into state capture. We continue to lack effective oversight over the presidency, which obstructs Parliament's oversight mechanisms. Aside from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, which at least accounts to its own parliamentary committee within the Ministry of the Presidency, are 2 ministers and 3 deputy ministers. This blurs the presidency's focus and can see it pulled in different directions. As I mentioned in the previous debate, one minister in the presidency has shown herself to be accommodating and committed to working together, whilst another has acted as a gatekeeper. The problem from the day of her appointment again in the 7th Parliament, she has been the iron fist in the President's office, scolding ministers for daring to be innovative and productive, and then bashing voters for causing the NGU and bloating the Cabinet. This iron fist could be effective if it was based on fact and aimed at the offending parties. However, during our first debate in PresidencyZA, the Minister took a divisive swipe at us and accused us of not having factual cases at hand, even though, had she just read her reports, she would have seen it was her own committee citing the sources. Secondly, she tried to master a Cape Town is racist mentality by stating that Cape Town had the worst census returns because dogs in suburbs attacked census workers. Again, missing an opportunity to read the reports of the department she oversees to get the facts. Instead, she chose to play petty politics at a time when her party had just learnt that divisional and isolating politics will punish you at the ballots, as other parties also learnt.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. There is a point of order. I don't see the hand. I was alerted to a point of order.
Yeah.
Yes, please proceed.
Honourable
No, sorry,
Deputy
Honourable
Speaker.
Bergman, if you can just take your seat. I've just seen the member who wants to take a point of order. Please proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the member is misleading the House. Can he take a question?
Honourable Bergman, are you willing to take a question?
I can't see the person. He's sitting next to someone in camouflage. He's hidden behind the person in camouflage. But no, thanks.
Right.
He's not answering me.
No, I can't take the question. Thanks. Sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Please proceed, Honourable Bergman.
Instead, she chose to play petty politics at a time when her party had just learned that divisional and isolating politics will punish you at the ballots. As it has been said, builders...
Honourable Member, please take your seat. There's a point of order right at the back. Please proceed.
Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, I rise on Rule 69 on the persisting in making serious allegation against Honourable Minister in the Presidency without a due process.
Honourable Member, I have also listened to what the member at the podium is saying, and at this point I do not view it as serious allegations. It is a point of debate. So please proceed, member.
As it has been said, builders put the country first. Those not sincere at the cause or still in denial are still playing politics. Don't be that minister. Be a minister for all. The Democratic Alliance has raised many concerns around the proposed state enterprises bill. The first being that while we await the bill's tabling, who is currently looking after our state-owned enterprises? As we have made the humble plea for the time being, until the bill is tabled and there is sufficient oversight, that the relevant entities be sent to their respective departments and portfolio committees. Our focus at the start of this Parliament must be to hit the ground running, using our Constitution and updated policy frameworks as cornerstones in our deliberations. From his address at the opening of this Parliament, we welcome the President's commitment to expanding the basket of VAT-free food items, reviewing the fuel price formula to lower costs, professionalising the public service and preventing political interference, as well as establishing specialised policing units to fight violent crime and the construction mafias. Chair, the Presidency now has brought on board many of the ministries that used to operate independently. One would have assumed that this would have been so that he could effect change and monitoring in a direct manner and hold these portfolios to more direct account. However, as we have seen with the Constitution, sometimes these structures are put in place and never envisage the next person in line. In our case, an anti-constitutionalist nearly brought this country to its knees. In a possibly divided ANC, a pro-NDR president, after you, can use your structure to finish the job. In the spirit of multi-partyism and also heeding other concerns raised in the inquiry into state capture, we welcome the election of House and committee chairpersons from the DA and other parties to various House structures. As we have learned from state capture, this is a necessary accountability mechanism. When a parliamentary committee to oversee the presidency is created, it too should be led by a different party to the executive. The Parliament will rise in 5 years, where it will be nearly 2030, an important timestamp our country has set in the developmental milestones, when the electorate will hold us to account. Will we have delivered a growing economy or one stuck in the past? Will our unemployment queue be shorter and our poverty burden lowered? Will more children be able to read for meaning? Will less South Africans be raped and killed in their homes and on our streets? Will we continue to be plagued by corruption, or will our public service be cleaner? We will have quality, affordable healthcare for all, or a healthcare system that cannot deliver in law or practice. Fellow members, Honourable President, it is a long time that we roll up our sleeves. The myriad of issues plaguing South Africa are pressing, and they require our urgent attention. With an inclusive, accountable executive and robust, vigilant Parliament, we can deliver on the mandate. We can deliver. With an inclusive, accountable executive and robust, vigilant Parliament, we can deliver on the mandate entrusted to us. It will take all builders pulling their weight and being heard. Mr. President, I thank you.
Yeah, Can
I steal this pen?
I now invite the Honourable Ramaphosa to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, members of the Executive, Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable members. It is often said that a nation's greatest asset is its people. It stands to reason that keeping them safe from harm is critical. The economy grows and the nation will meet its developmental milestone if it is secure. One of the dominant challenges which the administration led by the President Ramaphosa had to deal with upon assumption of office was that of state capture and corruption. Putting a stop to state capture, dismantling criminal networks within the state, and ensuring that perpetrators face the might of the law was prioritized. In 2019, the President established the Investigating Directorate in the National Prosecuting Authority to tackle serious crime and corruption. In 2023, the President committed to making it a permanent entity. The NPA Amendment Bill was passed and signed into law in May 2024. To date, the ID has over 100 highly skilled employees and has authorized 117 cases involving 212 individuals and 68 entities, with 78 cases under an active investigation and 79 cases enrolled. The President made a promise and kept it. In the 2018 Presidential Summit on gender-based violence, the President promised that legislation to combat gender-based violence would be fast-tracked. Indeed, Parliament processed the 3 pieces of legislation commonly referred to as the 3 gender-based bills. Extensive participation by members of society took place, and the bills were passed and signed into law. In the same summit, the President heeded to the call by gender activists on the tightening of protection offered by the National Register for Sex Offenders. This is being implemented. The Domestic Violence Amendment Act enhances access to justice for victims of domestic violence by providing for the option of applying for an online application service for a domestic violence protection order. Those who feel threatened with domestic violence may now apply for protection order wherever they are through their smartphone. The President made a promise and kept it. In 2024-2025 financial year, the Department of Justice indicated that it plans to designate 15 sexual offences courts in order to increase access to justice services. The NPA will establish 2 new Tutuzela care centers, and the total number of operational Tutuzela care centers to 70 by the end of 2026-2027 financial year. The NPA will also address the scourge of gender-based violence by continuing to achieve conviction rate of 70% in sexual offences across all the court fora. In 2022, the President committed that resources will be made available to recruit 12,000 personnel to strengthen the police ranks. Since then, 20,000 police personnel were recruited. A commitment on the recruitment of another 10,000 more police in the year to come has been made. An extra 5,000 police officers have been deployed to public order policing. We are confident that this promise, too, will be kept by the President. House Chair, the South African Police Services launched Operation Chanela as a new approach to target crime hotspots, which resulted in over 285,000 arrests since May last year. Through an operation by a joint team of Limpopo Hawks and Limpopo SAPS, resulted in 4 arrests and the discovery of a sophisticated drug lab in Groblersdal, where chemicals worth 2 billion were seized in one of South Africa's largest ever drug busts. 4 suspects, including the farm owner and 2 Mexican nationals, were arrested on the 19th of July 2024. In an intelligence-driven operation, about 1.5 billion worth of drugs has been seized in KwaZulu-Natal since October 2023. In response to organized crime, the NPA achieved a 93.4% conviction rate in prosecuting organized crimes. The DPCI, in collaboration with private organizations, continues to strengthen the fight against this cash-in-transit heist. For the final quarter of 2022-2023 financial year, 51 cases were reported, 20 arrests were effected, and 15 convictions were secured. House Chair, the President raised the issue of our borders and said that we must work urgently to resolve issues of illegal immigration and its impact on our economy and society. To this end, the Border Management Authority was launched in October 2023 to provide for an efficient and integrated approach to border security. Since it's launched, the BMA stopped over 281,000 people who tried to enter the country illegally. During the Easter period this year, 3,841 people were intercepted from illegally entering the country. 8 penalties were issued to some bus companies found transporting illegal migrants in various ports of entry for the value of 270,000. Another promise kept by the President. House Chair, Amilcar Cabral implores us to hide nothing from the masses of our people, to tell no lies, to expose lies whenever they are told, to mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, and to claim no easy victories. We can never mask the difficulties which come with the commitment of ensuring that all our people are and feel safe. We still have a long way to go. The crime rates are alarmingly high, as are the levels of violence. While others may prefer perpetuating the lie that nothing is being done by our government as led by the president, it is our role to clarify society by bringing facts and evidence to the fore. I have provided only few of those, and I believe those who come after me, ministers and deputy ministers, will further explore on these examples. House Chair, fraud and corruption are negatively affecting the economy. Arrest over 148 million VBS corruption cases are underway. We are looking forward to seeing more arrest of those who stole from our poorest of the poor, who stole from Okoko Nobomkhulu bethu bakithi, being taken to task. Fraud and corruption and unlawful conduct in the private sector must be confronted with the same energy as in the public sector. House Chair, we appreciate that the accused person in the Steinhoff matter has already appeared in court and was granted 150,000 bail. The matter has been postponed to October 2024. South Africa's National Strategic Plan for HIV, TB, STI 2023 to 2028 is committed to the United Nations AIDS Global Strategy, which has set the 95-95-95 targets towards the elimination of HIV by 2030. Studies show that the percentage of all people living with HIV in South Africa has decreased from 14% in 2017 to 12.7% in 2022. The country is a step closer to an HIV-free generation through the elimination of mother-to-child HIV transmission. House Chair, we can only defeat crime and feel safe if we work together as families, as communities, as leaders of society, and more importantly, as individuals. House Chair, the ANC supports this vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we will now have a comfort break of 15 minutes. The House will reconvene at 17:45. Thank you.
Tsutsu.
Great for me.
1, 2. The House Chairperson.
Please take your seat. I will now invite the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to take the floor.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Your Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President Paul Mashatile, honorable members and fellow South Africans. The history of the democratic South Africa is made up of different epochs. One of the defining epochs ushered our democratic breakthrough was through CODESA, negotiations that resulted in crafting our universally admired constitution. Recently, the most defining epoch was the negotiations that followed on the 29th May of 2024 after our national and provincial elections. Those who recorded history properly, President, will attest to the fact that you, Mr. President, you have been there through these defining moments, both of them. You have not only been there, but you have also played a vanguard role as a true patriot of our beloved South Africa. You played your role uncontested. Even then, your revolutionary efforts were opposed. The continuing with the same destruction of opposition towards the GNU, but we understand it is an epoch of the development of South African politics. When the present determines the future, but the approximate present does not approximately determine the future, you must know confusion is likely to happen. That's what the definition of the chaos theory gives us, to say those who fail to understand the current present, even in the approximate present solution, they will never be able to see the road. The sun doesn't shine. They are bound to be confused. Nishe told us very well, he said they muddy the water to make them seem deep because they want to create an illusion of a complication in our mind on matters that are very clear, simplicity. And we can see that none of those difficulties or complexities exist. Mr. President, we know very well we are in a government of national unity that is made up of different political parties to chart the way forward for South Africa to create its own prosperous route. Let me also, Mr. President, on the same vein, deal with some inaccuracies which were discussed this morning in this House. Honorable Trolip, Nelson Mandela Bay, the budget was transferred by the President from USDG 450 million after he visited the floods invited by the Ministry of Kokta. Subsequently, 600 households were assessed, of which currently, Honorable Malema, 257 transitional units have been completed and people are staying in those units. But that's not where we started. On the evening the President took flight leaving Nelson Mandela Bay, almost half of the people who were in the houses which were dilapidated were moved into temporary utilities and 3 hotels. And this is what needs to be contextualized. The President, in the spirit of DDM, collaborates and brings everybody together. Our response to Nelson Mandela Bay was because 72 hours had prescribed according to the Disaster Act that the President is mandated to oversee. It was just not a visit. Go there now. Out of the 600, 257 are in the transitional unit, staying there, built with 171 slabs that have been created. Mshabi, Wanako Gaye, Giyani project, me and you know it very well. We're residents of Limpopo. As we are talking now, 30 megaliter project of Nandoni plant has been completed, finished, submitted to the Giyani municipality. The bulk transfer has been completed from Nandoni to Giyani, where receiving ultimately the water infrastructure is for 55 villages. Phase 1, which has commenced already, is dealing with 24 villages. And phase 2, which is to commence now in September, is dealing with the remaining villages. The SIU, on top of that, the proclamation of 2016, which was confirmed by the Polokwane High Court, demanded 3.5 billion out of the 4.1. He did nothing. Let me deal with the imbizo of Mafikeng. As you go now, through the transfer that the President signed from the municipality into the province, the Nelson Mandela Bay road has been done, transferred back into Mafikeng municipalities. Internal streets have been completed, and we are continuing with the transfers that. Because you didn't list others, I wouldn't go on, but I was going to tell you more on how has the implementation of DDM assisted in the President pulling everybody to coordinate and deal with that. Now let me deal with the investigative directorate now that I still have time. 117 investigations, and there are currently 39 matters which are on court. So apart from the ID, the Serious Commercial Crime Unit also finalized cases which are dealing with about 419 billion, which has already been frozen. Today, as we are talking, before I deal with the drug syndicate of the Western Cape, where the President is alleged to have done nothing, let me pull this one straight and deal with it. Today, as in today, this morning, our first DDM championed by the JCPS cluster saw the Asset Forfeiture Unit, SIU and the Hawks visiting 34 different sites in this country, in the Western Cape, in Mpumalanga, in Gauteng, and in the Northwest. 4 is the first of its kind. And someone tell you the DDM doesn't work. 22 senior managers are answerable in court today, 16 service providers, and that gives us a tune of 52 million. And someone says he didn't show up. But let me deal with this one, Honorable Malema. In partnership with Home Affairs, in this DDM principle, on the 26th of April, not last year, 2024, Home Affairs assisted us to deal with 9 fugitives, amongst other things who had violated the Identification Act, but who were dealing with crime, particularly possession and use of proceeds of unlawful activity. And that amounted to SIU recovering 300 million, and we were able to send the 9 to a total of 391, 10,939 years in total of what they were sentenced. That's April 2024. Now in January retrospect 2024, the High Court of the Western Cape sentenced the drug dealer, Father Wan Murphy, to an effective 18 years for drug possession and drug peddling. His wife was not spared. She was sentenced to 15 years as well, as part of our organized strategy. The wife is Shafika Make. You can Google her and you will see her. And what are we told this afternoon? He came and he did nothing. Tax prosecution is performing very well. Hence, the recent coward attack of Advocate Correct now there in Durban. You might have seen it in the papers by the Inkabis. What are they trying to do? To silence a government that is committed in dealing with crime and criminal activities. While we are wishing her a speedy recovery, Minister Senzo Mkhunu wasted no time, and the hawks are on the trail, Honorable President, because we want the tax violation and the wrongdoers in this country to deal with. We specialize, of course, in terms of the strategy of rollout in ensuring that we train individuals to deal with the issues that they are supposed to deal with. In May 2023, we welcome, I'm not going to debate according to what you want me to debate, 700 young professionals through aspirant prosecutor training program. The department continues to strive to improve the ease of access to justice. I will touch on the basket of the domestic violence as proclaimed by your strategy, Honorable President, which has given us the regulations which were signed by Honorable Lamula, ensuring that all the sexual offences court provides the catalogue of victim support. It is for this House to note today that 100 courts have been upgraded to meet the specifications of the regulations. Someone said the courts are collapsing here with President doing nothing. That's also equally not true. At least 8 capital projects are going on. Port Shepstone handed, Pulukwane on site, Durban High Court, I can list them. Myself and DM visited the Philippi and were in discussion with the Minister of Public Works already to deal with ensuring that that becomes our 9th project. In the transformation of the judiciary, we will tell you some other day. But we are here, President, to say each and every province now has specialized commercial crime unit, which underpins your strategy of fighting complex crimes involving business. The success of this 7th administration largely is on the work of this department, which is what you are heading, Honorable President. We support this because we want to ensure that the administration will mean the realization of the aspirations of our people. These aspirations include access to gainful employment, ending poverty, defeating the scourge of crime and corruption. Now I want to deal with the Rooival water treatment works and someone who claims that nothing happened. Honorable Malema, we transferred 585 million to the city of Tshwane to deal with the Rooival after the president has said and dealt with that. You can try and muddy the waters, but we will continue until there is adequate access to justice and all social amenities that our people need. Palapala, I'm going to deal with you first before Palapala comes into the game.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Nchingila.
Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of the Progressive Caucus, we are unfortunately exposed to a second SONA with nothing to offer. What is it that we are failing to commit in this constitution that would require a separate framework outside to make it work. The government of national unity has no ideological characterization. It is proving to be an ill-conceived idea that introduces the ANC's insidious factional politics and the DA's white minority fears into the highest democratic order. Since the introduction of the president in 2018, we've experienced the high rates of unemployment amongst the young people. There's a study in the statistics of the QLSF in 2022 Q1 that the levels of unemployment have risen to 63.9% between the ages of 15 and 24 and 41.2% between the ages of 25 and 34. Yet government has not done and the mere promises of government lacking tangible action to address these critical issues. That the unjust energy transition will lead to job losses in the areas where there are power stations. That we have noted with concern that the president has been propagating and marketing IPPs of his brother-in-law. That we don't support the unjust energy transition because it will never benefit the people of this country. The businesses, since the introduction of the president, black businesses suffered so much, black businesses there's lost opportunities and there's no benefit. Since the introduction of the president, there is no improvement in the administration of hospitals and clinics, the infrastructure is not improved, and there's high corruption. The water provisions in rural areas and towns, there's no infrastructure to roll out such an important service, and the water remains contaminated, even in the city of Tshwane. There is no commitment in addressing the issues of food security, production, and the issues of agrarian reform and rural development. The unemployment and poverty remains very high since the arrival of the president. We have seen the high fuel prices and the rising cost of living, and the situation has risen since the arrival of the president. And we've seen the shameful collapse of Dinel that could have been used for the development of young people in this country and also for the advancement of their skills. We have seen the deliberate collapse of the SAA as a sudden rise of private airline corruption with evergreen contracts. Why are these SOEs not given to their relevant departments instead of holding them into your office? May we be finished with the president's APP for us to interrogate his activities, because he has hoarded most of the state enterprise into this office. We have seen the collapse of the rail infrastructure, the privatization of the state intelligence, where reports of crime intelligence are given by private security personnel. We recommend that our country needs a single intelligence department that will combine defense intelligence, South African state security, South African police crime intelligence, a single counterintelligence that will be cited departments and DECO that must draw its deployments from the above departments. We, the people of South Africa, has come to the realization that the South Africans, the 1994 breakthrough that seems to be a tragic victory to our people, has turned into a tragic defeat. That South African society is adrift from the core values and is struggling with moral decay. Compounding issues is a liberal constitution that has constraints to the political influence of the majority. The true president are unelected businessmen, their institutions and funded media. That only the return of land and mineral resources can end unemployment, poverty and inequalities. That every young person reaching the age of 18 serves a year of military service, as we reaffirm our commitment to challenge the exploitation of our mineral wealth by settlers and external powers, hindering industrial development and technological upgrade. The colonial constitution founded on Roman Dutch law must be aligned to African jurisprudence. Due to lack of oversight in the presidency, with no APP to measure his performance, Mr. President, are you confident that from monitoring and evaluation component within your office, have you done enough to ensure sufficient capacity? If so, please demonstrate to this House. How much have we as a country spent on military presence in the DRC, and how has that translated on our political and economic interests. Mr. President, the nation is interested to know who authorized the South African National Defense Force to charter a flight to Cuba and Germany carrying passengers with irregular visas at a cost of 32 million rand. Mr. President, with no national security, we can't claim that we have sovereignty in this trade. We recommend as Umkhonto weSizwe Party that a foreign strategy document that will guide a multi-forum engagement and our position on the issues like the Palestinian, Israel, and land disposition, the Ukraine war, and the BRICS membership, that which, when it comes to the issues of energy and oil and gas, we don't understand why we're not procuring those goods and services from the BRICS arrangement. That the National Interest Strategy document to reconceptualize our worldview in identifying areas of strategic importance, strategic interest, strategic influence, and South Africa as an area of strategic responsibility. Be it, Mr. President, these issues demand our immediate and our unwavering attention. That as we engage Budget 1, let us commit to a transparent, accountable, and effective national strategy. Let us ensure that every rand allocated is utilized efficiently to safeguard our nation, to support and develop our communities, to uphold the principles of justice and equality, and our nation's security and integrity of our institutions depends on it. As South Africans has demonstrated in their millions in support by casting their vote in support of Umkhonto weSizwe, be it AfriForum or the Nationalist Party Democratic Alliance, will not determine the plight of the people, their circumstances and demand. Judge Hlophe will remain in the JSC. It is against the will of the people. You can go to the highest court, you can contest it wherever you are, but the people of South Africa have spoken that Judge Hlophe will represent their plight, that Judge Hlophe will be the voice of the voiceless. Thank you very much.
Maruitsa se judge mos. Uitsa se judge.
Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, and my fellow South Africans, I am not here to criticize. So I would ask you, Mr. President, to perhaps just pay some attention, because I'm here to try and give a constructive opinion as to what I think you and your cabinet should digest, perhaps for the betterment of all of us as fellow South Africans. So therefore, colleagues, one of the basic minimum program of priorities that was contained in the Statement of Intent for the Government of National Unity is rapid, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, which is underpinned by structural reforms, transformational change, and, of course, sustainable fiscal sustainability. So in short, the success or failure of the GNU will depend on the extent to which it pursues structural economic reforms to encourage, of course, investment, grow the economy, and create jobs for millions of unemployed South Africans. So nowhere will this test be more profound than at the perennially troubled state-owned enterprises. Failure, Mr. President, to pragmatically resolve the SOE question will have profound consequences, sir, not only for the term of this current administration, but for the country's long-term economic stability and, of course, future growth. It would be remiss on my part if I do not caution that there is an urgent course correction needed. From the current policy trajectory to effectively resolve the systemic issues affecting SOEs and wean them off from dependency on taxpayer money. Placing SOEs under the overall oversight and responsibility of the presidency, and creating a holding company to centralize their management will not, sir, improve their operational viability. And I will explain why. And neither, of course, will this promote market confidence to encourage private sector investment. So therefore, Honourable Speaker, if one is looking for a glimmer of hope on whether pragmatism will inform SOE reforms going forward, that optimism was quickly extinguished, sir. According to media reports just last week, the minister in the presidency responsible for monitoring and evaluation, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, is said to be in opposition to private sector participation in SOEs through equity stakes, preferring partnerships where the state retains full ownership. With most SOEs technically insolvent, sir, which private sector, I must ask, which private sector is going to forego equity ownership in an SOE, but agree then to part with billions of rand to fund SOEs' operations with no clear path of how then will they recoup their investment? Of course, this is for those of you that can digest what I'm saying. In such an unrealistic expectation, you will either end up attracting opportunistic suitors, just as what happened with SAA and Takatso. Remember the partnership that fell through? Or you will succeed, sir, in scaring away investors altogether. In the current economic climate, where the fiscus is stretched to the limit, we should be doing everything in our power to attract private investment and not to scare it away. SOEs, of course, have been wholly state-owned for the past 30 years. And during that time, they have become case studies of mismanagement, corruption, state capture, and, of course, half-baked interventions with no operational improvements. And I'm sure you understand that pretty well, Mr. President. When then do we want to keep pursuing a state-led model funded through billions of rand in taxpayer funds and expecting different results, I must ask? Better yet, Mr. Ramaphosa, will you care to explain how 100% state ownership will help to deliver the financial stability and operational efficiency that these SOEs desperately need? I'm asking a simple one for you to work out. Honourable members, the proposed creation of a national holding company to oversee 13 SOEs, including Eskom, Transnet, and the South African National Roads Agency, raises several concerns. This new entity, as outlined in the National State Enterprises Bill, aims to centralize ownership and supposedly improve the viability of these enterprises. However, I must mention that this approach, sir, is fraught with potential pitfalls. First, the introduction of a national holding company will add an unnecessary layer of bureaucracy to an already complex and heavily regulated sector. Our SOEs operate under a myriad of legislature frameworks, including the Companies Act and specific statutes for entities such as Transnet, Eskom, and SAA. Adding yet another bureaucratic structure could lead to increased red tape, systemic inefficiencies, and, of course, operational chaos. So, sir, the second financial implication of establishing this holding company are significant. It will require its own executive leadership, it will require staff, budget, and administrative center. In a time when our nation's resources are stretched so thin, can we afford, the question is, can we afford to divert funds to create a new entity instead of directly addressing the inefficiencies and the financial woes at the current SOEs? Mr. President, we need to seriously consider bringing in the private sector innovation and expertise in SOEs. We cannot ignore the grave reality that SOEs have been mismanaged for decades, relying heavily on government bailouts. The Finance Minister, Honourable Enoch Godongwana, has emphasized the urgent need for these entities to become self-sufficient. Is it realistic to believe that retaining 100% state ownership, even with operational partnerships, will achieve this goal? South Africa needs a bold vision for the SOE sector that puts the national interest first and looks beyond narrow vested interests. Transnet's weak performance has, over the years, severely impacted our mining, agriculture, and energy sectors. You've heard this before in other debates. It is my strong suggestion, sir, that when Transnet proposes the introduction of private sector participation at its rail and ports, their efforts should be given unconditional support. Therefore, sir, the idea of a national holding company are three. For SOEs that is deficient, the creation of a new SOE in the form of a holding company introduces yet another layer of bureaucracy to an already over-regulated sector. Establishing number two, the holding company will be expensive. These funds could be better spent directly addressing the issues of SOEs. Number three, the management structure between the holding company and the individual SOEs has the potential to create operational chaos and inefficiency due to a duplication of efforts. So I wanted to end off, sir, by saying to you and conclude that I must caution that a holding company will potentially provide a fertile ground for state capture 2.0. And that should the country have the unfortunate prospect of being presided over by an individual with the same disposition as the discredited Jacob Zuma. So in conclusion, we must be vigilant and add complexity. Let us work together, sir,
Honorable members,
to ensure that the industry is appropriately transferred. I realize I have touched the sensitive nerve, but you would understand.
Honorable Isaac.
Thank you.
Honorable Isaac. Oh. No, it's fine. Thank you. Thanks. No, there was a point of order. You said thank you. Are you done? Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you.
I will now invite the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Morolong.
House Chairperson, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Deputy President Paul Mashatile, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, Bagaetsho dumelang. In his acceptance speech as the first president of the Organization of African Unity, Emperor Haile Selassie, whose birthday we celebrate today, said, and I quote, "History teaches us that unity is strength and cautions us to submerge and overcome our differences in the quest for common goals, to strive with all our combined efforts and strength for the path to true African brotherhood and unity." Your Excellency, we here in the most southern shores of our great continent have been taught too well by our own history of division, racial prejudice, and subjugation that unity is strength, and that we must submerge and overcome our differences in the quest for common goals. Madam Speaker or House Chair, the Presidency as a strategic center of power and government, with all its convening and coordinating power, is charged with the responsibility to support the President as the head of National Executive. We present this budget today to illustrate how the Department seeks to translate the constitutional mandate of the President into a resource program of action. Three important pillars characterize the sixth administration. Firstly, building meaningful social compacts. Secondly, building a capable state. Thirdly, putting the state at the center of the country's development agenda. To this end, the Presidency will both pivot these pillars in the seventh administration and complement them with a decisive program to build rapid, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth to create jobs. Therefore, as the Presidency leads the coordination of the implementation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Program, our driving agenda remains to build a South African economy that meets the needs of all its citizens. The ERRP must and will create jobs for youth, provide equitable distribution of income among South Africans, and create a better life for all. Honorable House Chairperson, over the next 5 years, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention will be institutionalized, and the SA Youth.mo be optimized and integrated with other government platforms.
These will ensure that the youth have a single entry point to access services and earning opportunities. In our forward to the 2023-2024 quarter report of the PYEI, we make bold the following assertions. A significant achievement of the PYEI is that the vast majority of earning opportunities have been accessed by the most excluded young people. In particular, 70% of opportunities have been accessed by young Black African women. 73% have been accessed by young people who attended poorer resourced quintile 1 to 3 schools, and 65% have been accessed by young people who live in households where at least one member receives a social grant. Honorable members, all of these are some of the victories scored from the coordinating effort of the presidency. These and many other efforts ensure that we strive with all our combined strength to build a globally competitive nation brand that attracts and retains both the foreign and domestic investment. House Chair, it is easier to become an armchair critic, to offer so-called expert advice, self-righteous diagnosis, and cold dissection of matters from the safety of our screen and verbose media statements. However, it is completely something else to consistently find solutions to complex problems, to marshal a nation out of a pandemic, to cushion the nation from economic crisis, to show strength and decisiveness in time of lagging threats and civil unrest, and to ultimately lead this nation into the next phase of the democratic dispensation. Many can only wish that they could possess half the skill, the discipline, the prowess to lead as President Ramaphosa has led during his tenure. As I veer off the speech, there's one overzealous member of the opposition party who sometimes would refer to his political credentials having joined the struggle as a child. You know too well, Honorable Malema, that we too joined the struggle as children. The difference between you and us is that we do not use our political credentials to unblemish your already blemished political career. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable GM. I will now invite Dr. Ndlozi from EFF.
Thank you very much, and revolutionary regards to the leadership in the Progressive Caucus. The presidency is responsible for 8 functions, 11 task teams, and 6 SOEs, and it is here to ask for money. Deputy President, when you spoke last Friday, Floyd Shibambo, you characterized the sitting president as being a candidate for an award in fiction. Best fiction in literary sciences. But you see, it doesn't look like you were heard about what you were diagnosing. I think we must have to upgrade the diagnosis and borrow from the ideological toolkit of Frantz Fanon. We may be dealing with psychosis, whose symptoms are delusions, illusions, because Zakes Mda, when he writes DP, he knows that he's writing fiction. But our candidate tonight truly believes in the delusions that he gives us. 1 million houses in Alex. He believes that. It's a proper belief. And Fanon teaches us about cognitive dissonance. That when you tell such a person who suffers from these symptoms the truth, they hold on so much to their core belief, they become agitated, uncomfortable. If you tell him now that he's wearing a blue tie, he may tell you he's convinced that he's not even dressed. Just today, after being warned of delusions, he comes to this platform and says, unsafe toilets have been replaced in 92% of schools needing safe toilets. The remaining 280 schools are scheduled for completion within this financial year. But the report of the Basic Education Department titled Education Facility Management System Report, published 3 July 2024,
says there are 1,770 pit toilets, schools with pit toilets. 280, 1,770. This is not a candidate of fiction. We have passed the stage of fiction, and we are dealing with mental illness. That is why those who come here to defend him, that is why those who come to defend him.
Honorable Ndlozi, can you please take a seat behind you? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Honorable Ndlozi, on the podium is reflecting on the President's state of mind, and I think it's in violation of Rule 85 sub 1. 85 sub 1. I believe the rule is being violated by Honorable Ndlozi, Chair. Thank you.
He's not a medical doctor. Thank you, honorable member. I think you were meant to quote Rule 84. That is unparliamentary and unacceptable language or gestures. And also, no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming, and unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive or unbecoming or threatening gestures. So, Honorable Ndlozi, please, when you take the podium, can you refrain from doing so, and please withdraw that.
With respect, Chair, what must I withdraw?
Withdraw calling the president.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable Shibam.
I'm sure, House Chair, with time you'll begin to appreciate some of the precedence issues on the rulings of this House. We had a contention in the 5th Parliament where they were...
Can you get closer to the mic because I can't hear you? You can sit, it's fine.
And I want to talk to you standing up. We have got precedents in this House where a word schizophrenia was utilized to characterize a member of Parliament. After a process of the Rules Committee and proper interpretation, even legal advice, it was concluded that such is a permissible word. And that exactly describes what Kommissar Mbuyiseni is talking about now, of delusions, of illusions, of imaginary articulations that were made by someone here. And there is absolutely nothing wrong because precedence already has been set in terms of that ruling. So please don't do what you are doing now of saying you must withdraw because that is not consistent with the rules of this National Assembly. So your ruling is conclusively wrong. And you will realize when we then later on induct you in the Rules Committee of how these questions are handled. So please, let's allow the Speaker to proceed to characterize the phenomenon that we're dealing with now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Shibambu. Honorable Ndlozi, as I had said, that please refrain from using such insultive words from the podium. You may continue, but we will consult Hansard and later come back with the finding. Thank you.
Other cognitive dissonance and psychosis candidates, they are mere candidates at this stage.
Honorable
Khumbudzo.
Can you please take your seat again? There's another hand. Yes, honorable member.
Chairperson, I insist with respect to Rule 84 that Honorable Ndlozi must withdraw because he insulted the President, His Excellency. Listen, Chair, can I...
Honorable members, I can't now hear the point of order because you are drowning a member that have given a privilege to speak now. Please.
No, I'm arguing, Chair, that the the honorable member Ndlozi must withdraw. He is insulting the president to say that psychosis, it has to do with the effect of the mind. So, yeah, it's a mental illness. That is not allowed, Honorable Chair, and it's parliamentary.
Thank you, Honorable Member, but I have made my ruling that will consult Hansard, and a considered ruling will be made thereafter. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Ndlozi.
Other candidates of this mental phenomena is Honorable Kumbuzo, a admitted CR17 funds beneficiary, implicated in the Zondo report on Denel, and a local municipality. Perhaps you might want to consult with Honorable Tembi on the VBS question. She may educate you because she was a mayor when the funds were deposited of Polokwane local municipality to the bank. What was the purpose of building that bank? The president also says a lot about jobs, but the fact of the matter is in 2019 when you were sworn in, there were 16.3 million employed people. Today, there are 16.7 million people. The difference is about 400,000, not 2 million. Not 2 million. So even the numbers seem not to be correlating. The reality is there is no solution that is envisaged from the political and economic strategies of the current government, because it does not centralize industrialization in macroeconomic planning, the development of the productive forces. The chronic problem of unemployment is only going to be resolved by a country that produces the things that it consumes. And therefore, you've got to centralize industrialization, which at the moment it's not happening. For an example, the public procurement bill does not align at all with industrialization. There is no mention of leveraging state procurement budget direct to reindustrialization. Instead, the bill seeks to place measures to address professional ethics, pricing issues, accountability, and transparency. You should use your buying capacity as the state to buy locally manufactured goods just from your procurement budget alone. That is not there. The Black Industrialist Program is actually the greatest and tragic joke on black people. In 2022, we received a report that there was an allocation of 36 billion rands for 1,000 black industrialists. If you take these figures at a nominal value, you are looking at 37 million rands per so-called black industrialist. Ford invested 12 billion, of which 4.5 was a government incentive test scheme benefit. To construct the Silverton plant in Pretoria, Toyota received 2.6 billion. 2.6 billion. And black people are expected to industrialize with 37 million. You see the joke there. The IDC was at the center of apartheid state-led development. It not only was creating companies like Sasol. Look at the industrial scale of Sasol. Perhaps there is a lack of understanding of what true industry is. The IDC was at the center of the creation of Sasol, was at the center of the creation and growth of ISCO. But since 1994, show me a single industry that the IDC started with the scale of ISCO, with the scale of Sasol. Your chronic levels of unemployment can only be resolved by a bold step, such as using the IDC within the Department of Trade and Industry to create large-scale industrial projects the size of Sasol and ISCO. But also, when you're talking about investments and markets, the BRICS countries are where you should go. Your relationship with the West has been the most crippling economically. The West only wants your minerals. The West only wants you to consume its finished products. Even the market, consumer market of over 1.2 billion people in the continent of Africa, they still get products from their former colonizers. But China is the one that is developing. In the last 20 years, they are responsible for large-scale infrastructure projects across the world. They are the ones that are building the biggest, most sophisticated infrastructure projects than anyone else. So if you want to industrialize, you've got to look to the BRICS countries. You've got to go to China and literally request build, operate, and transfer projects. So if you want to build a train from Durban to Musina, Mr. President, perhaps you do not enter into the delusion of repeating the same thing that you've been doing over the last 30 years as the ANC. Go to China. The people of China will build a speed train in less than a year, and then it will occur from Durban to Musina. The industrialization project must also be at the center of the competition laws. For an example, competition laws are not the instrument of transformation. Even when they are in place, price fixing, collusion, market power abuse, price discrimination, and monopoly industries continue. When the Competition Commission makes findings, the Finance Minister has the power to overrule them. When the Competition Commission identified that the private sector health market was abusing its power through price fixing and monopolization, nothing happened to them. That tells you the power of these industries. If you want to heal, Mr. President, from this emerging mental condition within the GNU, perhaps you must come back tomorrow with a concrete admission that business cannot be usual. Otherwise, we will interrogate and scrutinize the state of your mind to the end. Thank you very much.
I will now invite Honorable Zibi.
Honorable Chair, Mr. President and Deputy President, honorable members, our country has entered an era in which we have to work together to deliver the promise of prosperity to millions of South Africans. The capacity and strength of the presidency is critical to that mission. But that comes with the responsibility to demonstrate that we are indeed in a new era. Our system gives enormous discretionary powers to the president, and the exercise of that discretion can determine the extent to which Parliament is able to exercise meaningful oversight. Over the years, the size and scope of the presidency has expanded significantly. The agenda that you set out, Mr. President, in your opening of Parliament address and in your response yesterday is sprawling. It covers everything from the reform of executive oversight over state-owned companies to climate change and foreign policy. However, Mr. President, the growth of the presidency and its work is not being matched by efforts to ensure that the many issues that previously fell under ministries continue to be that are subject to parliamentary oversight continues to be so. This situation should not continue. Because, Mr. President, at the heart of South Africans' unhappiness about our democracy is the sense that the government leaders are not accountable. There is no one more obligated to set an example than you, Mr. President, by working with Parliament for this body to provide oversight over the work in the presidency. It is also in this vein that you need to publish performance agreements with ministers so that we can see how they align with the annual performance plans. Secondly, the manner in which you previously chose to facilitate the appointment of senior officials, such as the SARS Commissioner and the National Director of Public Prosecutions, through independent public panels is commendable, but it is not institutionalized, not by regulation and not by legislation. Please formalize it and include an expanded list of critical officials, such as the National Police Commissioner and others. While it does not guarantee a perfect outcome, it reduces the risk that comes with unfettered and secret presidential discretion. Our country ended up on its knees precisely because of this. We would also like to see you engaging the media more regularly in a way that enables them to pose questions to you, Mr. President, not just through your spokespeople and ministers. The one-way broadcast with no time for questions serve a very limited purpose and often cause people that say you can just send the country a WhatsApp. I think we can do better in that respect. South Africans want to see you engage deeply with the issues that affect their lives. They want to know that our president does not just read speeches, but is doing his job with empathy and passion. The norms you establish during the 7th administration will anchor the culture you cultivate in respect of executive accountability in the future. We have a responsibility to decide
how we are going to continue to build a more perfect democracy that we hand over to future generations. Part of that responsibility is building the right institutional culture and continuing to strengthen institutions and institutional accountability. It is important, Mr. President, that you lead by example in that respect. It is greater accountability that will see us build a safe, prosperous, and equal and united South Africa in one generation. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now invite Honorable Maiman from POSA.
Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Bagaitsu Dumelang. Mr. President, I have heard you extensively speak in this House about how we need to be builders. And I thought it'd be opportune for me to say it's precisely why we started Build One South Africa. So if it's possible, I would like to offer you an honorary membership and perhaps we can build this country going forward. May I highlight, honorable members, that ultimately, if we are going to build, the dynamic of one is important. And nditsho njalo, Mr. President, ngoba ngomgqibelo bendiphaya eSamora. Abantu baseSamora imvula ibamoshile. Balambile, abanamisebenzi, kunzima pha. Xa ukhangela aba bantu bathi kum, Mr. Maimane, apha kulo ndlu yeParlamente imvula inethi ukutya kukhona anisokoli. It highlights the very point that this country faces, is that there are two South Africas or multiple South Africas. Our job, and I'd like to suggest, if we are going to create national unity, let's create national purpose. And let me speak about a few things that I think are going to be important for us to achieve. Deputy President Mashadil, as leader of government business, I want to ask you, the fault with the NDP was that much of the strategic objectives were not aligned to APPs. In fact, 45% to be exact, with 25% today being indicated as complete. If we are going to succeed, let's align on those. Mr. President, I want to urge that, particularly on this issue of state-owned enterprises, I want to speak just on two. The first is Eskom. It's clear that, in fact, we've got to not only transition from coal-intensive projects to perhaps sustainable energy, but I'd like to urge that we reject the demanded increase by NERSA. Because if we fail to do that, South Africans such as those who live in Samora are going to be double taxed. They are paying on a bailout on one end, and on another end, they are being asked to finance a high increase. The second is Transnet. Our people spend too much money getting to work. Let's fix PRASA so that at least there are trains getting people to work, so that at least whatever disbursements we give South Africans as a social wage, it can go further and not face up to the inflationary pressures that we see. Thirdly, I think the people of Samora would highlight the fact that the ratio of policing relative to their lives is 1:450, which is woefully higher relative to how many police we allocate even to VIP protection. May I urge, Mr. President, in my hometown in Dobsonville, it's 1:1,200. I want to urge that let's rather invest more in the safety of South Africans. Our people are paying protection fees at home. They are having to say to people, how do I get to work if I'm not protected? Lastly, we are going to have, in fact, I'd like to ask that we introduce a national civilian service, Mr. President. You've spoken about projects like the YES projects and many others. Let's introduce a one-year mandatory program for young people so that they can spend a year interning and ultimately be able to work. This will give a sense of national significance for many young people, but an opportunity for them to work. I close with the call I'd made earlier. If we are going to have a national dialogue, which I would endorse, Mr. President, let it be a dialogue between the rich and the poor. The poor must be included in the dialogue. If we fail to have the dialogue with them, the poor will eat the rich. And lastly, I know I said that, you will chair the G20 summit. Let's maximize South Africa's investment potential globally, make it possible that we use that summit, not as a talk shop, but as an opportunity for South Africa and
Honorable
Africa.
Maiman.
Ke a leboga, Mo President.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Spees.
Honorable Chairperson, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, and in particular to the youth of this country. Today, I stand before you to address the critical issues faced by women, youth, and persons with disabilities who fall under the purview of the Presidency. The budget allocation for the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities stands at just over 1 billion rand. While this might seem substantial, it is important to note that a significant portion, 704.3 million rand, is transferred to the National Youth Development Agency and 93.6 million to the Commission of Gender Equality, leaving this department with an actual operating budget of approximately 209 million rand. The current issues, Mr. President, in women, youth, and persons with disabilities are multifaceted. Our youth unemployment rate, as you rightfully mentioned, remains alarmingly high. And while initiatives like the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and the South African Youth Mobi platforms are steps in the right direction, we need more sustained and scalable solutions. The finalization of the draft Youth Development Bill must be expedited, Mr. President. Despite the development of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and the allocation of 21 billion rand over the medium term, GBV still continues to be a scourge in our society. Implementation and monitoring of these funds must be rigorous and transparent. Economic empowerment of youth and persons with disabilities often remain marginalized in economic activities. And we welcome, Mr. President, the 40% prioritization of women-owned businesses when it comes to procurement. To truly empower these groups, however, we need to invest more and implement innovative policies. I propose, Mr. President, that you take note of the following policy recommendations which can assist the Government of National Unity in addressing these pressing issues. Firstly, by introducing a Youth Employment Opportunity Certificate. The certificate will empower young people to break free from the constraints of the minimum wage, giving them a better chance of finding jobs. Establish apprentices as a separate category to encourage more employers to hire, train, and enhance the skills of our workforce. Invest in youth development projects that provide skill building and self-development activities to at-risk youth and develop community partnerships to reduce gang recruitment. Simplify the system for disability-specific grants and allow private doctors to conduct medical assessments required for accessing these grants. This will make it faster and more efficient for people with disabilities to get the support they need. And let us finalize the draft bill rights for people with disabilities. I invite you, President, to consider the strategic approach of Premier Ellen Winde, particularly as it pertains to safety. Each ministry and department should develop a deliverable program that focuses on the impact on women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and by doing so, we ensure that safety and security are integral parts of our efforts to empower these groups. These policies are not just about spending money, Mr. President, but about investing wisely in the future of our country. If we are serious about real empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, we must put our money where our mouth is and ensure that every rand spent translates into tangible benefits for these groups. The department and ministry needs a deeper review of its essence. Mr. President, the Presidency must understand that the empowerment of women and youth and persons with disabilities can no more be a checkbox, but a necessity for the growth and prosperity of our nation. In this regard, and to conclude, Mr. President, we will be constructive in our criticism, and together we will take bold steps to build a brighter tomorrow for all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chauke.
we go. Thank you so much, Chairperson, and greetings to our Honorable President, Cyril Ramaphosa, our Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, the executives who are present today, honorable members, and my favorite, fellow South Africans. I come before you to deliver a very important message, speaking not only to the South African citizens, not only to yourselves as honorable members, and also as our officials, to say that as South Africa, we have seen significant growth and development since the post-democracy. Now, since the dispensation of democracy. Now, with this significant growth and developments that have taken place, we have seen the empowerment, emancipation, and liberation of our people. We have also seen many of the international laws being ratified in South Africa to protect and enhance the lives of the most vulnerable. We look at the legalization on same-sex marriage. This was a significant milestone for us as South Africans, where we really spoke about advancing the rights of all South African citizens. We also ratified the UNCRPD into the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. Now, President, I've challenged you before, my honorable President, to say that we need to ensure that the bill on the rights of persons with disabilities is signed for us to ensure that all rights of persons with disabilities are protected, their lives are enhanced, and they cannot no longer be subjected to inequality and exclusion. Now, we have seen significant progress under the leadership of the African National Congress when it comes to representation, participation, social cohesion. Now, we need to advance and accelerate economic transformation. Economic transformation means the empowerment of each and every single individual who resides in South Africa. This South Africa is our South Africa and belongs to no one else. Therefore, it means no one must be left behind from accessing opportunity, services, and also ensuring that they live a dignified life. Now, dignity is part of our Freedom Charter. Now, when we speak about the protection of one's dignity. Now, my President, fellow executives, and honorable members, I would like to first, before I proceed even, to say, Honorable Ndlozi, I have to address what you spoke about, referring to mental health issues. As a person with a disability, I'm highly offended that you used cheap politics and used medical conditions such as mental health for you to insult our president. Nonetheless, we move on, Dr. Honorable Ndlozi. I urge all honorable members, when we are participating in our debates, let us refrain from using cheap politics and putting medical illnesses, which is a serious condition, to offend and insult one another. We are here to serve the interests of South Africans, and therefore we must not take opportunities where we are taking advantage of medical illnesses to throw cheap shots. Now, honorable members, we have seen significant progress when it comes to our educational system, where we speak about inclusive education, and we have seen the former minister, Comrade Angie, Honorable Angie, who has promoted inclusive education and also same full-service educational institutions. We have also seen the establishment...
Honourable Member, yes. There is a point of order. Okay. If you are able to take your seat, please.
I will not be able to. I can step aside.
Yeah. Honourable Member, why are you rising?
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask whether the member is
What
willing
point
to,
is that?
is willing to take a question.
What point is that?
Thank you. Honourable Member on the floor, are you prepared to take a question, answer a question?
No, but what point is that?
Chair, I'm not willing to take a question.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Honorable members, as we stand before as we stand here, we know that we're here to serve the best interest of our South African people. As I was saying, when we look and reflect on our basic education and higher learning institution programs, we must also realize that there is some deficiency that requires for us to really intervene. But we're not saying that we have not seen the challenges and we have not put strategies in place to mitigate this. We're saying, but if we put our efforts collectively together towards a sustainable development program that enhances the lives of students with disabilities, the most vulnerable and those who are previously disadvantaged, an inclusive and an accessible educational system is possible. We must ensure that there is no child who is left behind and not in schooling because of their disabilities. Now, we must be able to harness the talent of each and every single individual South African citizen. We must put mechanisms in place in order for them to thrive and become active citizens in South Africa. Now we also speak about the health system. Now, President and Minister of Health, it is important for us to heighten our effort when it comes to the distribution of assistive devices, which is a program that has been ongoing. Now, with this program, this has given an opportunity to persons with disabilities to thrive and participate in social activities. Now, as we reflect once again, social and economic emancipation is imperative in order for us to see a just society. We need to eradicate poverty, where we have seen high rates of poverty within the disability, the youth, and within the women's sector. The Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities needs to be capacitated in order for them to have better oversight capabilities. Now, President, this falls within your office, and I say we as members of this Parliament, honorable members, we should avail ourselves to ensure that you're able to effectively implement the policies that we constitute in this very House. Now, the successful implementation of our policies relies on each and every single one of us. In order for us to achieve this, we must put our political differences aside and put the interest of South African citizens forward. It therefore means, irregardless of our political differences, if it speaks about serving the needs of the most vulnerable, we must come to a consensus. We must say whether I agree politically with them on this particular matter. If it's going to empower and change the lives of that one South African citizen, I am willing to come to the part. Now, we have seen many of our policies or many of the international laws being domesticated or ratified in South Africa, and we need to do more. We need to do better. We need to look at the basic income grant as something that we need to prioritize, President. We need to prioritize because this will allow for persons with disabilities, the LGBTQAI+, and those who are previously disadvantaged and most vulnerable to have an opportunity to become economic contributors and to thrive within society. Now, we all sit here, we have our differences, but we must understand we must have political tolerance. That's number one. We must maintain humility. Ubuntu comes first. We must ensure that irregardless of the decisions that we are taking, we must have the interest of our people pele. We know that there are leaders who have come before us and we have respected them. Comrade Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, Rahotompa, and we have seen the work that you have done. We know that we speak about high rates of unemployment, and this is caused by COVID-19, which I'm not sure if the opposition did not experience this global phenomenon that we all experienced. Unemployment is not caused by a president, but it is caused by a global crisis, that a pandemic we all went through. But in order for us to build this country, it's called constructive criticism. We must be able to identify the problem, but offer a solution. Let us not be those people who identify problems but come forward with no solutions. This House must be made of revolutionary leaders who are ready to lead with solutions, not with problems. South Africans are not watching for us to be debating and
Honourable
howling.
Member, please, again, just take your seat and you have 1 minute left.
Come away,
Honourable Member, why are you rising?
Leadership, it's a
What
point of
rule is
order.
that?
It's rule number 92. So the member is deliberately misleading the House by saying we have an inclusive education. While in this country,
Mr. Chesi.
While in this country you have an Afrikaner child, and they are not given the chance to write exams in the language that they use at home, while the other one is privileged. So it's not inclusive at all.
Thank you.
That's misleading, leadership.
Thank you. Please now switch off your mic.
Chesi.
Honourable Member, that is a point of debate. It's not a point of order.
Okay, let's just say Christmas.
Honourable Member at the podium, please continue.
It's been a wrong rule.
Thank you very much. When I speak about inclusive education, we've got an inclusive education policy. If perhaps you can just familiarize yourself with that, you would know that there are plans to ensure that our educational system is as inclusive as possible. And I did indicate that we have taken note of some of the deficiencies and we are willing to work towards improving those. A great leader is one who is ready to identify their mistakes, their wrongs, and their deficiency, and is always willing to improve, meaning always willing to do better and to be better. Let us ensure that we leave no one behind, and let us ensure that the bill is signed. President, before International Day of Persons with Disabilities, please let that bill be signed so that we can ensure the emancipation and empowerment of all South African disabled and their families.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Members. The next speaker is the Honourable Zungula.
Ke a leboha mhlomphehi ke batla ho dumedisa baetapele ba Progressive Caucus kajeko re tlo bolela ka dissolution re batla ho bolela ka dissolutions that will aim to see the economy transformed and jobs to be created. Firstly, the government must be deliberate in opening up the economy in order to have more players. It cannot be, Mr. President, that the economy is built by H&I. The national departments spent over 8.9 billion on cleaning, gardening and fumigation, and majority of this money went to Ubidvest. We, as the ATM, want to make it clear, Mr. President, that once we as the lawmakers pass the appropriation bill to give your government the power to spend the money, to spend taxpayers' money, and you sign it to law, you as the head of the executive must direct your government to spend a certain percentage on SMMEs. Your predecessor said it must be 30%. We say it must be 50%. The state must be the driver of economic transformation by strategically using its spending to create more diverse players in the economy. The state has over 2 trillion budget per annum, which is largely spent on big, white businesses. Thomas Sankara, who transformed Burkina Faso in under 3 years, was very clear when he said, we need to consume what we produce and produce what we consume. South Africa is a destination of goods that are produced elsewhere. We are importing goods that we should be producing locally. We are even importing toothpicks. The local production of goods will industrialize the economy, create jobs, and grow the economy. Basic goods like soap, toilet paper, and candles must be produced in each district in the country. This way, the economy of the country will circulate amongst different districts in the country as well as different companies. Mr. President, the infrastructure is there. Go to eKwakwa eGcuwa, go to Edimbaza, Enkangala Industrial Park, the factories, infrastructure is there. The market is there because people are consuming these goods on a daily basis. What is needed, it is political will to fund black industrialists to reopen these factories and create the much needed jobs across our country. Government intervention is also necessary to direct the spending of goods like school uniform, stationery from small businesses, instead of having one company that is dominating that particular sector. If your child goes to a private school, that private school will tell you where to buy the uniform and where to buy the stationery. We are saying, Tina, as the ATM, the government can equally do the same thing by redirecting the uniform from all the schools in the municipalities to be procured from SMMEs and cooperatives from the very same municipalities. These interventions, Mr. President, will create the much needed jobs. Jobs are not going to be created by big buzzwords. They are going to be created by practical programs. We have an economy in our country whereby all sectors are dominated by between 5 and 7 companies, and that leads to price fixing, low economic growth. Mr. President, the economy must be transformed. Do not fear to transform the economy. The apartheid government was deliberate when it was transforming the economy by spending on Sanlam. You, Mr. President, equally do so when it comes to black companies. Thank you.
Why are you shouting?
The next speaker is the Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable President, Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable members. Michelle Bachelet eloquently points out that, I quote, "Violence against women in all its forms is a human rights violation. It's not something that any culture, religion, or tradition propagates," close quote. House Chair, women, youth, and persons with disabilities received for its Program 2 an allocation of 124.3 million. This allocation includes an amount of 93.6 million earmarked for transfer to Commission on Gender Equity and the operational budget of 30.7 million. However, we are concerned that the department has only allocated 5 million towards addressing gender-based violence in this program. This allocation includes a provision for salaries and wages for secretariats amounting to 3.3 million and the operational budget of 1.7 million. We welcome the commitment from the Minister to approach National Treasury to request more allocation. We need to move with agency in implementing programs aimed at curbing the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Last week, we learned of Zimbo Putu, who went missing in Mthatha, and Inam Chakeni and Ngobile Hlophe, who has sadly passed away. A murder investigation has been opened for Inam, and a hit and run was reportedly responsible for Ngobile's untimely death. We also learned of Water and Sanitation DG Mr. Silo Machiche's murder after he was reportedly kidnapped. We send our deepest condolences to their families. In this government of national unity, we urgently call for South African Police Service staff to be trained so that victims that receive justice while their dignity is maintained. Health facilities and staff must also be equipped and trained to use necessary screening tools to identify GBV cases, report them to the SAPS, and support victims. GBV survivors must also be able to easily access the help they need. This includes the provision of healthcare, legal services, safe houses, and dignity kits. While we welcome the establishment of Tuzuzela care centers, they must be fully capacitated. I conducted an oversight to a few TCCs in Mpumalanga last year and discovered that they do not have necessary manpower, only part-time volunteers. We expect an adequate budget to be made available to hire full-time, highly trained officials to man TCCs, and the provision of all necessary resources to be made available. Chairperson, we expect more budget to be made available to address the issue of teenage pregnancy. It needs to be acknowledged that in South Africa, children as young as 9 years old have been reported to be pregnant. A study by McLeod and Tracy identified several factors that increase vulnerability to early unwanted pregnancy in South Africa, which are early sexual debut, gender-based sexual violence, and having older sexual partners. Several studies have argued that adolescent schoolgirls engaged in sex with older partners and have transactional sex, exchanging gifts or money for sex. We need to have programs to have teenage pregnancy awareness expanded. Healthcare practitioners also have a huge role to play in ensuring identification of all pregnant minors and sourcing the details of the alleged fathers. If they are adults, a case of statutory rape must be opened against them, and they should be prosecuted and jailed for taking advantage of our young girls. In the President's reply yesterday, we were pleased when he announced that he will accelerate distribution of sanitary towels to school. I want to urge all departments responsible for this exercise to ensure that these much needed sanitary towels do reach the intended beneficiaries, and that is done on time. We have a responsibility to keep our girls in school. In this 7th Parliament, we expect all issues affecting women, youth, and persons with disabilities to be treated with the utmost importance. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable the Minister in the Presidency, the Deputy Minister.
Thank you, House Chairperson, Mr. President, Deputy President, members of the Executive, honourable members, Molweni. Mr. President, it must be very ironic sitting here being labelled a sellout by the right-wing brigades cheaply camouflaged as modern-day revolutionaries. It is the nature of these Disneyland combatants to sit here under the very same law they claim to hate, yet happily accept the salaries that come with that particular law. Similar to their cult leader who for many years pocketed the spoils of the state only to now have a Damascus moment. Mr. President, the behavior of the regressive caucus is actually not surprising. It is, after all, the nature of those who earn revolutionary credentials in the time of freedom and democracy that you and true revolutionaries fought for. To come today, want to demonize and rewrite history and rewrite the history of our struggle. After all, the register of one particular caucus does look like the index page of the Zondo Commission report. Mr. President, you asked a simple question yesterday. You asked where were they? They could not answer you. For once they came into existence, their struggle was waged in the corridors of VBS, in the demolition of 16 million houses in Sandton, and in the looting of Limpopo through the Ratanang and through other actions. Honourable President, I can only imagine the amusement you feel when you are being labelled a project by the very same people who used to call you during the negotiations wanting to be squeezed into the very government of national unity that they have a lot to speak about today. They would go around talking about how they're going to be second deputy presidents in the very same government led by someone today who is a project. One must just wonder what that makes them Honourable Ndlozi. Perhaps that fits the description of delusions of grandeur that you spoke about. However, as Honourable Mondli Gungubele reminded us a couple of years ago, when you characterized this behavior as having no sense of self-contradiction, and today we've seen how that indeed is very true. True to the characterization of President Mbeki when he actually said, this is scuttlebutt behavior. Honourable members, the presidency as a strategic centre of government enters this phase of an ANC-led government of national unity, carrying the hopes and aspirations of the millions of South Africans. As stated by the President earlier today, one of the most important innovations of Operation Vulindlela has been to put in place a system to drive delivery on strategic priorities to ensure that policy decisions made by Cabinet translate into tangible results. To inform the Honourable Trolip, more than 94% of all reforms are either completed or progressing well. Operation Vulindlela has unlocked 500 billion in investment. Key reforms have been The key reforms that have been completed since its inception in 2020 include a progressive review of the work visa system, completed with recommendations to overhaul the work visa system, attract skills and investment. The visa system has expanded to 34 countries, with almost all countries now covered by either a visa waiver or e-visa. The release of spectrum has contributed to reduced data costs, as the President said, in increasing speed, internet speed, and helping to bridge the digital divide. What does this mean? It means that a young person in Pofar in the Northern Cape now has access to high-speed internet and to be able to market their business, seek a job, and do research online. More efforts, Comrade Trollip again, more efforts, more efficient ports and trails will lower the cost of goods and help save jobs in the coal mining belt of Mpumalanga, the Natal corridor, which the farmers of the Free State depend on, and the iron ore channel from Kathu to Saldanha Bay, among others. Asimanga, on Stani Stilni, and on Baizani. As we move ahead, Mr. President, under your steady hand and under your steady leadership, because our focus remains transforming the lives of ordinary South Africans. We are the weaver birds the President spoke of. However, like the weaver birds, we remain conscious of what Ayokwe Amar said in his seminal offering titled "The Beautiful Ones Are Not Yet Born," where he says, "Alone I am nothing. I have nothing. We have power, but we will never know it. We will never see it work unless we come together to make it work." We therefore present this budget united and conscious that the ANC-led GNU has birthed the beautiful ones. We can and must do more. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Adams.
Don't shout well.
House Chair, Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. You know, the presentation from the Deputy Minister, it requires substantive argument, but I'll give you a small one. The last one, colleague, the last one. I wish to quote a very experienced politician when he says, open quote, "When you have a compromised president fighting for his political life and the rest of his corrupt party circling like hyenas, of that critical work will not get done. If President Ramaphosa somehow triumphs at conference, we're stuck with a corrupt and compromised president, and no one forced him into the Pala situation either." Close quote. Thank you, Honourable John Steenhuisen. Now, somebody tell me that this GNU is not a government of convenience. Mr. President, here's an appeal from the Progressive Caucus. Prove the right wing wrong. Come to court. Let the court find you not guilty on the Pala issue. Then you no longer need the National Party in your government of national unity. Mr. President, in your government of national unity, there sits a man who's advocated for the death penalty, yet a killer, the man who killed Chris Hani, he never agitated for the death penalty for that man. You know him as Pieter Groenewald, our new Minister of Correctional Services. Minister, what other name can we give this government, if not a government of desperation? Now I ask you, Mr. President, in view of all these contradictions within this so-called government of national unity, how do we make this budget work? Because your budget deals with the when, the why, but not the how. How is the right wing going to accede anything to the poor people out there? How, Mr. President, are we who advocate for better living going to reach a compromise with the people who insist on the abolition of a minimum wage? They want to turn all of South Africa into the biggest sweatshop Africa has ever seen, and you are asking us to go along with it. This is my minutes, this is my tone. You might learn something. Shut up.
Honourable Member. Honourable Member.
Honourable Houseperson, I've heard don't shout, don't shout, don't shout.
Yeah.
If the man's English is limited to don't shout, he must just say so.
Honourable member, it is not parliamentary language to tell
I withdraw.
somebody
I
else
withdraw.
to shout.
Honourable Chair, I withdraw.
Yes,
I'm sorry,
and
I
in
will not do it
future,
again.
please
But why does he shout?
Address
Why
this
does he
House
shout?
through the chair.
You must
Please
relax,
proceed.
relax.
Why do you
relax.
steal? Why do you steal?
Tone
I'm not
down.
getting an answer, am I?
Honourable member, just take your seat for a moment, please. I have a hand there. Honourable Reddy, why are you rising?
Acting Speaker, shut up has not been declared unparliamentary. I refer you to this book that was given to us.
You missed an
Unparliamentary
induction.
expressions. It clearly states that shut up is not declared unparliamentary. It's the way you say it. So please read this book as well.
Thank you, Honourable Reddy. We
shut
all
up,
have a
Vivian.
responsibility
For the
to
sake of
uphold
peace-
the decorum of this House.
Chair, for the sake of peace, I withdraw.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. Please proceed.
Honorable President, I wish to say this to you, that in the history of this country, the name Cyril Ramaphosa will live in infamy, along with Verwoerd, Strydom, de Klerk, as the people who have done more for the oppression of the poor and the marginalized than anyone else. Honorable President, hear me when I say to you, and hear me well, that you had better hope that the hand that records history in this country is not a black one. Because, Honorable President, when history is
Honourable
read,
Adams, just take your seat. My apologies. There's a member rising. Order! Honourable members,
Chairman Kat.
please respect this member's right to stand on a point of order. Yours have not been
Chairman Kat.
repressed. Honourable member, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much. I think, House Chair, we must normalize bringing breathalyzers in the House.
Yeah, no,
I
that's
think
not a
people
point
are
of
just
order.
not sober now.
No, Honourable member, you are also not assisting in upholding the decorum of the House.
Honourable
Please
Chair.
don't raise any frivolous
Honourable-
point of order.
Honorable Chair, I'm just happy that he can speak more than shut up.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, please proceed.
Mr. President, I want to ask of you to please remember why we came here. We came here to serve. Tumamina, Honorable Ramaphosa. But Tumamina will not aid anybody while you are in bed with those people. I want to say to you, I'm relieved you did not mention the triple threat tonight. You know the triple threat of poverty, of...
Oh, yes.
No, I want to say something, but I don't want to be controversial. So, Honorable President, I will tell you, the triple threat that you often mention is nothing but a symptom of a disease that is best expressed in the simple terms of colonialism, imperialism, and Zionism. But it is hard to criticize this illness when you are in bed with it. Honorable President, do the right thing. Eject those people. Thank you.
Mention the triple threat.
Thank you, Honourable Adams. The next speaker is the Honourable Mbio of the ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, President Ramaphosa, Deputy President, Chief Whip, Members of Parliament, and Yanibulisa Nonke. Creating equal opportunity for all South Africans requires government and private sectors to open doors for learning. We need to focus on skills development to improve the skills of South Africa and their ability to participate in the economy. It's very important that as young people, we receive skills from the Office of the President. President, we acknowledge the all work that you have done. And we're pleased with the President that we want to pass this vote, this budget vote, to make sure that young people from Beggersdal, they receive skills. We make sure that young people from this South Africa, they get skills that will change the environment of our life. The reality is that we need skills such as plumbing. We need things that even if you don't make it, grade 12, but you are able to, then you are able to make, you are able to live without those. In reality,
Order, honourable members. Give this member an opportunity.
President, youth unemployment between the age of 15 and 24, it's because of those that dropped out from the school. So we need those skills for them. Basic education needs to make sure that by the time they leave or they graduate in grade 12, they have some skills like, remember back in the days, they used to do carpentry at school. So those are the things that we need so that when you get your 350, you are able to take, when you get your 350 from, when you get your 350 from government, then because you're KwaZulu, then when you go and buy, you don't buy emakulen, but you buy from Gutatum Kize wako, so that you are able to generate the economy of this country. What is important is that yekani abadlalela is social media.
Honourable
Those
member,
that want.
just take your seat for a moment, please. I see a hand to my right. Honourable member, why are you rising?
Chairperson, I'm rising because honourable members are drowning the speaker and it's a maiden speech. Now, when it's your maiden speech, you are not supposed to be drowned by honourable members.
Thank you.
They wouldn't know that because they've just arrived. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable members, we've not been informed that this is a maiden speech, but let me remind you that in the case of a maiden speech, we afford the member the best silence possible. All of us enjoyed that courtesy when we did our maiden speeches. Let me also hasten to add, honourable members, the drowning was from both the left and the right. So please, let's give this member an opportunity then to proceed with her maiden speech. Honourable member, please take the podium.
Okay, thank you.
Honourable member, my apologies. Just take your seat again. Honourable Reddy, why are you rising?
Acting Speaker, the member used the word amakula. I would like her to explain what she means by that. Amakulen, with your permission, please. Can she please explain what she means by that?
Honourable Reddy.
What is amakulen?
We're not in the business of intervening and asking explanations. If you wanna raise a point of order, do so. Otherwise, the member may continue. Honourable Dlakude.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. If I may, on behalf of the ANC, apologize for the Honourable member. It's a maiden speech. It's a maiden speech. Maybe she didn't understand what she said. So we apologize for her, and we are pleading, Honourable House Chairperson, we are pleading with the House to afford her an opportunity to speak and not to be drowned. Thank you.
Honourable members, please just take your hands down for a moment. If necessary, I'll recognize you just now. If necessary, I'll recognize you just now. Order. Honourable member Mbiu, I am informed that the word you used is in fact an unparliamentary word by the table staff. Will you please withdraw that? And
apologize. And apologize.
Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Reddy. Please
Yes.
don't switch on your
Yes.
mic if you're not recognized. Honourable Mbiu.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. No, I withdraw and I apologize. Can I continue?
House Chair.
Honourable Member, just take your seat again,
House Chair.
please. I have another hand. Yes, Honourable Member, why are you rising?
House Chair.
Honourable
House
Member.
Chair, I rise on a point
House.
of order.
Yes.
Before you proceed to allow the member to retract or withdraw the remark on Makula, you must first apologize for defending the defenseless. To defend the undefendable. You must apologize for defending the undefendable. That you must appreciate that it was wrong of you
Honourable Matthias,
to
thank
allow
you.
the member to proceed without comprehending.
What point is that?
Without
you, Honourable
comprehending
Matthias.
the
What
meaning,
point is that?
which
Yeah.
is derogatory of a
Which has
word
been
like
withdrawn.
Amakula. You must apologize yourself.
Honourable Member, thank you. I will take that under advisement. Honourable Member, please continue. Member, my apologies. It's your maiden speech. Please have a seat. Honourable Makhloudi, why are you rising?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I rise on point 92, a point of order. The reason why we're having this chaos is because you are not following the rules. You are not sticking to the rules. The rules say anyone who stands up to speak must raise their hand before they punch the microphone. Secondly, they must quote the rule in which they are standing. If you selectively want to apply that, we will degenerate like this and find ourselves drowning the speaker.
Are you
Can you
co-chairing?
instill the rules,
Thank you,
Honourable
Honourable Member.
Chairperson? You see what I'm talking about, Honourable Chairperson?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Member, this is again a reminder. Please do not switch on your mic and begin to speak before you are recognized. May I plead with this House? The Honourable Member made a mistake. She's withdrawn. She's even apologized. Let's afford her the opportunity to now conclude her maiden speech. Honourable Member.
Oh, thank you. The implementation of no experience requirement in public service should be advanced in private sectors to ensure that creating work opportunities for the youth. The ANC has committed to create over 2.5 work opportunities in the next coming 5 years, which is reachable. It's reachable because of what is done in Gauteng must be done in the entire provinces to make sure that all young people, they get the relevant skills. Two, is that it's important that if those skills are implemented in Guguletu, there's no need for people of Guguletu to go and stay in Johannesburg. So as the ANC-led government, we are saying that it's possible. Black child, it's possible. And it's important that we create skills that will assist young people to open their own businesses. When they open their own businesses, NYDA must be there to assist them, that's what it has been doing, and that is led by the ANC government. Kukho abake abathanda ukuthi NSFAS ngiyabo. The NSFAS was established in 1996, which was established by the ANC-led government. Yes, we must acknowledge that there were some issues that are there, but President Cyril Ramaphosa, we believe and we know that he will assist those young people that they get their NSFAS on time, they get their allocations on time, they get their food. It's important that young people across the country, they need to stand up to change this world. They cannot be
Honourable Member, my apologies. Please just take your seat again. Honourable Mbata, why are you rising?
Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm rising to correct the member. She is actually not talking the truth.
No,
NSFAS was
Honorable Mbata. You know better than that. That's a point of debate.
In 1993.
You've not risen on a point of order.
Misleading the House.
Thank you, Honorable Mbata. That's out of order. Honorable Member, please continue.
Okay, thank you. It's important that all those young people that go receive skills and their deployments and their degrees, it's important that they don't mislead the country. Why I'm saying they must not mislead the country is that when you are doctors, you do not have to make others to feel bad because now you are well educated. The reality is that one of the reasons that other young people, they drop out from school is because of those emotional abusive and the words that you are saying. Young kids, they drop out of school because of because you think that you are better than anyone else. What is important is that, President, as young people of South Africa, we want to see change. As you've been doing, continue to do it, but now we want all your programs must come from Emakasi, all those mines that are from the West End that have been evaluated. We want those young people to get the skills. In West End, we want our own universities. It cannot be that we have all these mines that are being surrounding West End, but we don't even have a single a university. And what we want, it will be preferred that you give us an agriculture university so that the land that people are busy claiming about would know so that it can assist us good instead of us taking Amakape to somewhere else, but we find it in our own country. President, by saying that Tina, as the ANC, was supporting the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Kohler.
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Member, why are you rising?
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 65, which says that members may not converse aloud during a debate. When the last speaker was speaking, members were conversing very loud that they ended up drowning the speaker. I am requesting, Chair, that you get the House in order so that we don't drown speakers. On all sides, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, let's please uphold the decorum until the end of this debate and allow for speakers to participate in the debate. Honorable Shivambu.
On a point of order, House Chair, I think the basic tradition and consistency and courtesy which we maintain as chief whips is that we should control the decorum of the House. And the chief whip of the largest party seems uninterested, he's not paying attention to what is happening. That is why someone is just trying to be opportunistic to guide everyone. He speaks about every issue, some of the issues which can be provided guidance on from the chair there. Every time you want to speak, like, if he wants to speak, he must ask you to allow him to speak from the podium there because maybe he wants to appear on TV, I don't know for what reason. Because he wants to punctuate everyone else who are quiet, they were listening to the debate, all of us. Please take charge of your caucus, Honorable Ntuli, so that we have got clear direction of where we're going.
Thank you, Honorable
Please take charge of your caucus and not allow
Honorable
what has been happening thus far. It's not proper. It's not proper leadership of what are dealing with. Thank you very much. We are not going to hear from
Thank you. Maybe you yourself could have taken that to the Chief Whip's forum. Honorable Reddy, do you still feel the need to rise?
Thank you, House Chair. House
you
Chair,
say you must shut up.
there is no consistency. Yesterday, the Chair said no points of orders will be considered if there's no speaker
I
on the
already
podium.
shut up.
The Speaker tried to stop an EFF member. Today, the ANC member raises a point of order. There's no speaker there, and it's allowed. So can these chairs sit down and agree on what is acceptable and what is not?
No, shut up, Red.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mohlaudi, do you still feel the need to address me?
Yes, Chairperson, I rise on Rule 92 on a point of order on Honourable Shivambu. You see, Honourable Shivambu should know the rules of Parliament properly, because it is allowed that any political party will have what we call a House whip, who controls the House on the political party that they lead. Not only the chief whip can stand up and maintain order.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I think let's close this
Thank you.
sub-debate now. Let's continue with the real debate. Honourable Kohler.
We clearly cannot help him.
We can't help you as well for not knowing the rules while you have been
Order,
here for
Honourable
10
Members.
years.
You are now all making yourself guilty of switching on your mics and using that to interject. That's also against the rules.
Floyd is abusing us.
Honourable Kohler, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. Globally, few would disagree that the definition of national security is not the absence of threats, but the ability of security and law enforcement agencies to mitigate and neutralize the threats before and when they happen. Regrettably, our national security entities, the State Security Agency, Crime and Defence Intelligence, have failed South Africa in certain key areas. They failed before, during and after the catastrophic 50 billion rand riots of 2021, despite assurances from our state security agencies that our people were safe and secure. South Africans were suddenly faced with large-scale rioting, burning, killing and looting that brought swathes of the country to a standstill. Now, that event was followed by further PTSD-inducing fighting between ministers hustling to shove each other under the cover of various buses. They're all gone now, but have left behind entities in desperate need of refocusing, reinforcing and rebuilding. The previous term's JSCI was forged into a tough team which took on all three entities and the Cabinet when necessary to ensure that our state security apparatus was hauled into the 21st century, post the high-level review panel report and the Zondo Commission's findings into state capture. Our country was threatened with the spectre of being grey-listed by international bodies in 2021, in large part because of the failures of these three entities to deal with, amongst other crimes, serious money laundering, terrorist financing, state capture and corruption. We were well warned and given a year to improve on the 67 recommendations, but in February last year we were eventually grey-listed, and that carries with it massive reputational damage and leads to heightened risk factor assessments by foreign businesses and banks. Amongst the failings I listed above, others were also cited: under-resourced law enforcement, lacking judicial capacity and inadequate records and monitoring of beneficial ownership. Why, for example, have we been so singularly unsuccessful in recovering assets lost to state capture? Why has only one person been prosecuted for terrorist financing? If it weren't for the establishment of the GNU, the likelihood of meaningful foreign investment would have disappeared like the morning mist. It was left to the JSCI to deal with much of the fallout, and in many instances the lack of the GLAB, or the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Bill, was frankly used as an excuse for the agency's inactivity and inability to deliver. So we worked around the clock against what at times seemed to be insurmountable odds to pass that legislation that had been promised to South Africa for some 8 years. Now, for a country that seamlessly pulls together during international sporting events, a singularly proud and usually united people, to hear that we pose a threat to the international financial system is shameful indeed. As a nation, we have incredibly high levels of crime, but few realize that more than half of reported crimes fall into categories that generate financial proceeds, such as tax crimes, bribery and corruption, fraud, trafficking in illegal drugs, and other environmental crimes. Our intelligence agencies are well aware that we are the regional financial hub of sub-Saharan Africa, and we know that we must get on top of foreign money laundering associated with the financing of foreign terrorism, which so seamlessly leads to domestic terrorism. There is just insufficient commitment to the proactive identification and investigation of professional enablers of money laundering. And when there are convictions, they relate mainly to self-laundering crimes. Now, because of our porous borders, the cash-based informal economy is seen as an aggregating and possibilities of money laundering and terrorist financing. Where is our defense intelligence? I've personally watched as our SANDF members stood by as hundreds of undocumented foreigners strolled across the border into our country. As for beneficial ownership, it's our estate agents who turn a commission-based blind eye to dodgy cash purchases of mansions behind sky-high walls, every drug manufacturer's dream home. For every drug manufacturing mansion, be it in Mhlongo, Woodstock, government-owned property in Gauteng, or a 68-hectare farm in Stilbaai, there are countless others currently ensuring we retain our status as a top illegal drug exporter. Where is our crime intelligence? The same crime intelligence that has had various interesting heads, one of whom faked his matric certificate, another more recently who had his top secret security clearance done in a matter of days. Now, some are saying it was fast-tracked, but anyone on the inside knows that's an impossibility. We're waiting to hear from the Inspector General on intelligence on that one. So to turn the spotlight onto the State Security Agency with its anything but illustrious history, every probe and panel was excoriating when speaking out about the myriad failures of this entity. Their very job is to deal with terrorism, sabotage, subversion, espionage, and organized crime. So we really have no other option but to ensure that they succeed. It has been said that had the SSA not been captured, there would have been no need for the R1 billion Zondo Commission. Another issue that needs to be high on the agenda of the JSCI is the issue of Mr. Arthur Fraser, formerly the DG of the SSA, the man you, Mr. President, put in charge of correctional services. I laid charges against him in 2009 for illegally distributing intercepted communications. I'm sure we all remember the spy tape saga. And again in 2022 regarding irregularities during his time at the SSA. Now, millions, if not billions of rands were siphoned off during his tenure. And there are the Zondo Commission's findings that the investigation into Fraser's 2006 principal agent network must be continued. That investigation was stopped by the then President Zuma. Once you, Mr. President, sign the GLAB into law, these matters may be dealt with. As I said in my budget speech, I know how hard it is to find your elusive pen. I thought of posting you one, but the post office, you know. So I'll give you this one today and keep my fingers crossed. Under the new minister, there are definite signs of movement, despite the fact that she has so many other official duties. I do, however, remain opposed to the ministry being swept under the presidential wing. This could well be a gift to any president intent on repeating the abuses of the Zuma administration. It has been laid out in technicolor detail what happened the last time a president used the SSA for his personal benefit, a possibility this Parliament must guard against. Of course, the reports from various sources that the SSA systems were hacked last year are problematic, but then so were the break-ins when money once again simply went missing from what should be some of the most secure entities in the country. We as the JSCI have pushed, amongst other things, for the creation of the National Security Strategy, for regulations, for high-caliber threat analysis. We need to build the nation, pull in investment, and as the Honourable Minister Macpherson said, turn every province into a building site. We must get on top of fighting terrorism, the transnational kidnapping and construction mafia syndicates, our cybersecurity and large-scale corruption. Under our intelligence agencies turn a razor focus to these threats, we will stay as grey as a winter in Cape Town. Until our intelligence services are on top of the increasing domestic threats we face in crime-riddled municipalities, such as the stealing of water tankers and selling what should be free water to desperate residents in Mlazi, while equally shutting down the cyber criminals looting freely from our banks, we will stay embedded in grey. Training experts in specialist technologies, only to lose them because the salaries offered are so low, surely tells you, Mr. President, where the financial aid is needed in all three of these entities. It sounds wonderful to say we've established an integrated cyber capability and capacity, but with zero budget, it's going nowhere. We cannot fall still further behind when global criminals are already so far ahead. Today, they have the ability to outshoot, outfly, and outmaneuver us. As every South African knows, when the tough gets going, well, we get going. Now that we're pulling together to build a more prosperous, more fair, and more equal South Africa, the field is open for this Parliament and this administration to ensure that they do everything in their power to guard our people against threats, both foreign and domestic, ensuring a safer and more secure South Africa for all who live in it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sela Molela. Order, Honourable Members.
Honourable House Chair, Honourable President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy President of the Republic, Deputy President Mashatile, the Honourable Chief Whip, Honourable Ntuli, members of the National Executive of our beautiful country, South Africa, colleagues, friends, and compatriots. House Chair, we learn from history that revolution is not and can never be wedged in the condition of our own making. The struggle of economic emancipation and uplifting our people from the purple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment should and must happen under the existing material condition of our time. House Chair, this is the lesson we have equally learned from the great giants of our liberation struggle on whose shoulder we stand here today. They taught us, as we know today, that in adversity, resilience is the answer, and that out of hardship, the best will and shall be born. These giants have taught us, in the same vein, to never rewrite history to fit the convenience of the moment. They taught us that it is not he who is the loudest, he who is the cleverest. House Chair, the task of fast-tracking economic development and inclusive growth requires that we deal with the impact imposed by the global economic crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, the aftermath of July unrest, and the consequences of the recent floods in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga. And as we may know, that these are realities of our time, and some of these, as we may be aware, these are the realities that some of them are man-made. Inclusive economic growth cannot occur without purposefully dealing with the inherited legacy of apartheid, the historical injustice perpetuated by apartheid against the majority of the population of this country is an agency we cannot afford to ignore. It is in this context, House Chair, that successive ANC-led government had over the last 3 decades paid attention to dealing with the challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and economic exclusion of the people in general, of the black people in general and Africans in particular. In responding to low economic growth and the challenges I alluded to earlier, the ANC-led government developed Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Led by President Ramaphosa, the ERP is underpinned by infrastructure development, local beneficiation, industrialization, and microeconomic development through the district development model aimed at job creation. The plan is already being implemented through the creation of Infrastructure South Africa, a government agency tasked with implementing strategic infrastructure projects. A critical part of this plan is the development of transport infrastructure, focusing on rail, focusing on air, and focusing on roads, and also focusing on ports. Honorable House Chair, the opening of commuter rail corridors and development of major Central Road projects will ensure a positive contribution to inclusive economic development and job creation. And these entities must be commended on the speed, Mr. President, at which they are turning around. The movement of goods from roads to rail remains our priority as the ANC. We must commend the work of the National Logistics Crisis Committee to address the challenges in the country's transport and logistics sector. We must now move with speed to implement the white paper on rail, the refurbishing of locomotives, the opening of rail corridors in support of the work of the committee. Infrastructure improvement enables the connection of the markets and connects markets through improved logistics. The improvement in critical economic inputs such as water and electricity is also underway. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan also encourages public and private sector partnership, which eases the fiscal burden on the development on the state At the same time, the government embarked on a process on reducing regulatory red tape in the economy through Operation Vulindlela. This is an ongoing endeavor initiated by the ANC-led government, and we implore you, Honorable President, that this process must be taken to the next phase, as you earlier alluded when you addressed us today. Reducing red tape will enable investment, reduce the cost of doing business, and enhance the competitiveness of South African economy. Most importantly, it must reduce the administrative burden, the development of small, medium, macro enterprises as a key contributor to the job creation. As part of this commitment, the President announced that in an effort to allow the development of electricity generation by the private sector players are now allowed to produce electricity up to 100 megawatts without licensing required from NERSA. This initiative was coupled with the development of renewable energy to increase capacity as part of the electricity plan to reduce and eliminate load shedding. And in this regard, Mr. President, you had then appointed the Minister for the Electricity to deal with the issue of increasing maintenance of the ESCOM plants, decrease unplanned outage, and increase the energy availability factor, which is at 68% from an all-time low of 48%. Thus, in short, energy guarantee to business and household. And as you earlier said today, Mr. President, that we are on 120 days without load shedding. It's a development that deserves a round of applause from this House. It deserves a round of applause, Mr. President, because false prophets, soothsayers, forces of doom and gloom, who wish no good for this country, have said, when we said load shedding will be overcome, have said it was a mere electioneering process. We today commend you and your government for the 120 days of no load shedding. In the logistics sector, rapid progress is being made to reform the rail system and allow rail operators to access the freight rail. Private sector participation is being introduced in container terminal, facilitating new investment, equipment, expanding terminal capacity, and improving operational performance. While there is still a long way to go, the performance of our ports and rail system is steadily improving, and progress is being recorded in this regard. Significant progress has also been made in the other areas. This includes reinstatement of blue, green, and no-drop water quality monitoring system. The reform of work visa system is also a long way in attracting critical skill that we require to be invested in our economy. The development of small and medium black farming to improve food security and reduce imports while increasing exports is the aim of the program. Transport infrastructure must be made more efficient in rural areas to ensure access to markets and the ability to succeed in agro-processing. State-owned enterprise continue to play an important developmental role. There are several SEOs that have recovered in the sixth administration and now viable, operating as a going concern. A deliberate attention needs to be invested in this area to ensure that SOEs continue to grow further to support our country's economic need, especially under the new prescribed regime that we have announced on the occasion of the opening of the Parliament, Mr. President. As I have said, the people expect from our government, from this government, Mr. President, to build on the foundation laid in the past 30 years. Our people expect us not to spend time theorizing, but to move relentlessly to defeat poverty and hunger. Our forebearers, Elijah Bahai, James Mtlatsi, President Mandela, and many others, expect of us to defeat inequality. Our youth expect of us to defeat the demon of unemployment. The people of the youth in Leboahomo, in Kwankwa, in Gaba, and in Hamakuya expect of us to defeat the demon of unemployment and to create jobs. We cannot postpone this task for the other day. We must relentlessly wage this battle under the prevailing condition. It will be unjust if I'm to leave this podium without Mr. President and the honorable members, colleagues from Patriots, to respond to some assertion made by Mr. Ndlozi, Honorable Ndlozi here. And I want to say, Honorable Ndlozi, for the Capella you are, we do not expect you to understand the development around the VBS. Because when the master and the chief master were meeting in the house, you were there, but not on the table of discussion. You are doing exactly what is expected of you, together with Marshall, to bribe meat. Now, you also spoke about psychosis. Now, that's in line with the DSM-4 classification. Now, when you speak...
Honourable Member, your time has now expired. Thank you.
Complete your sentence.
Thank you very much, friends, compatriots. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Clap hands more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Milam.
House Chairperson, Mr. President, there is a Latin phrase dating back 2,000 years. It goes, quis custodiet ipsos custodes, which translates to, who will guard the guardians? It refers to the need to keep a watchful eye on those in power, to ensure they do not abuse their positions for personal gain. In the State Capture Report, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo noted, quote, it is necessary to consider what explains why state capture and corruption were able to become so entrenched and to persist over an extended period, and to consider in particular why institutions which ought to have contributed to detecting or addressing these maladies may not have been as effective in doing so as one would have hoped. Amongst these institutions is Parliament, end quote. Chief Justice Zondo goes on to note that Parliament has a constitutional duty to exercise oversight over the executive branch of government, including organs of state such as state-owned entities and the executive, which is accountable to Parliament. In this regard, it is also worth noting that Section 55, subsection 2 of the Constitution states that the National Assembly must provide for mechanisms to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it, and to maintain oversight over the exercise of national executive authority, including the implementation of legislation and any organ of state. Now, you may well ask, what does that have to do with the budget vote on the presidency? And it's a good question. You see, the Zondo report identifies a lack of oversight over the executive, and in particular over the presidency, as one of the key factors permitting state capture and corruption to flourish. The report recommended that a dedicated portfolio committee be established to oversee the actions and omissions of the President and ministers in the presidency. In a progress report on the implementation of the Zondo Commission recommendations in June of last year, the presiding officers of the 6th Parliament noted that they were studying international best practices on the need for a portfolio committee to oversee the presidency, and that this would provide a foundation for the 7th Parliament. Well, here we are, and nothing has been done. The 7th Parliament has been established, and there's still no meaningful oversight over the presidency. Impeached former Judge Hlophe suggested that by moving state-owned entities into a centralized holding company under the presidency, they would now be unaccountable to Parliament, and asked whether the DA would reiterate its call for a portfolio committee over the presidency. Let me make it very clear. We do so, and we do so proudly. But he can also rest assured that we will be calling those state-owned entities to the relevant line departments' portfolio committees to account to them. Dr. Hlophe also raised the issue of the size of your cabinet. He would do well to remember that his party's leader, the unlamented former President Jacob Zuma, led the largest cabinet in the world. But I don't expect him to acknowledge that inconvenient truth. In 2019, at the start of the 6th Parliament, President Ramaphosa, you announced that you would be implementing ministerial performance agreements for every cabinet member. It took 2 years for Parliament to have sight of these, and we still have no idea of how any of those ministers performed. No assessments were released. At a guess, they did not do very well. because if they had, they would be shouting it from the rooftops. So, Mr. President, we implore you, put performance agreements in place over your ministers in this administration, and then report back to Parliament on a regular basis on how they are doing against those targets that have been set for them. It was ironic to hear Honourable Malema speak about broken promises. His own promises, such as the school he undertook to build in December 2019, remain unfulfilled. As a reminder, Honourable Malema said, and I quote, "If we don't build that school in the next 5 years, don't re-elect us next time because we would be useless." The people of South Africa were clearly listening and responded accordingly, as demonstrated in the electoral decline of the EFF. The Honourable Indahlela came out strongly against the Constitution of South Africa, the very same Constitution he and his fellow MPs in MK swore to uphold just a few short weeks ago. The so-called Progressive Caucus are quick to point to the Constitution as the single biggest obstacle to uplifting South Africa out of poverty and transforming our society. But if the people of South Africa really wanted our Constitution changed so fundamentally, or worse, discarded, they would have rewarded those radicals and fascists with more seats in this House. So here's the DA's promise. As strict constitutionalists and believers in the rule of law, we are going to watch every commitment made very carefully. We are going to track performance closely, and we will hold every member of the executive responsible for their actions. Transparency, accountability, and openness are cornerstones of our democracy in South Africa. These hard-won values are enshrined in our Constitution. It is past time that the executive pay more than mere lip service to them and actually account to Parliament when we ask questions or interrogate budgets or seek to scrutinize their activities. We trust that the addition of other parties to the executive will lead to a greater degree of responsiveness and accountability. The Democratic Alliance in Parliament will not permit the malfeasance of the past, state capture and corruption, to stand unchecked. We will not absolve the presidency of its responsibility to account to Parliament, not on our watch. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Gubane.
Honourable Speaker, the Progressive Caucus, and honourable members of the National Assembly. Honourable members, we are called here to come and pass a budget vote. That is not known how much budget that we are voting for. And Honourable Nchaveni comes here and tells us about 600 million rand that it's a budget of the presidency. But we know here for sure that the President has swallowed all the entities which are under the public enterprise. These enterprises are Alexco, Denel, SA Express, South African Forestry Company, and Transnet. And that budget, we are not told how much, but we are called here to come and pass the budget in the presidency. Hence, the previous speaker here has emphasized that we've been advocating now and again, that there needs to be an ad hoc committee that guards the presidents on spend and utilization. The markets or private sector have not been playing its role in your tenure, Mr. President, of contributing in developing this country. They've been profit-focused all along. They found their man in you. Triple PE has been reversed. Affirmative action is now an optional. Hence, you'll never see the economic growth in this country. The resource being mobilized has been insufficient by this government. To prove, Mr. President, that the economic advice that you've been getting along, that you've been given all along in your presidency,
It's on the previous occasion where you found out that the economic advisor in your presidency does not even have a PhD or whatever. It was just misleading. That's to prove that most of your economic advisory are misleading. The transformation has been reversed, Mr. President, over the years in your tenure. On freight logistics, Mr. President, freight and logistics separation roadmap mess is nothing but a privatization in disguise. Small miners will not participate in the rail network. With the private sector participation, the PSP, you are busy planting private sector friends for takeover. What is happening in this privatization is a serious crime, Mr. President, in freight and logistics. In your tenure, Mr. President, you are finishing all the SOEs. The privatization of Durban Container Terminal, this entity met all its financial obligations correctly with no hurdles. The rail reform is meant to exclude black people. The digital infrastructure you are talking about is in a mess state of affairs in Johannesburg, in Durban, and everywhere else. But you stood here speaking as if you will be doing something to improve this part. The unemployed youth has been marching with graduation gowns up and down, not finding employment. Where, Mr. President, have you ever seen in the world unemployed doctors? You've never seen that. You might have it in Cuba because there's an influx of doctors. But we're having doctors in this country that are unemployed. On the IMF, Mr. President, the 1.5 trillion investment, it has a lot of debt in it as well. The SIU is serving at your pleasure, and it's not independent because you are controlling it. If you want to deal with the people, you just sign a proclamation in that SIU. State capture reports that we've been hearing a lot of them today are useless report, Mr. President, because you still have ministers who were implicated in this report, but they are sitting here with you. What you've been doing, Mr. President, in a nutshell, you've been taking all these departments that ANC has failed to deliver on them. You've taken all of them, you've dumped them to the DA. For example, Mr. President, the Department of Agriculture, it has never yielded anything to our people. Instead of solving the problem of the Agriculture Department, you are taking it, you are dumping it to the DA. The pit toilets, Mr. President, on the basic education, have been sitting with Minister Angie for years. She's been failing to solve pit toilet in our school. What you do, because you know that the ANC has been failing in all this department, you're taking that department, you are dumping it to Minister Kwahube. That's all what you've been doing. Because the ANC has failed on many occasions on the basic things of our people. We will be an irritation to you, Mr. President, because we want you to account as all other presidents. We've said this on all other committees. We've said that we need an ad hoc committee in your presidency. Mr. Mtumiseni Ntuli comes here and speak a good English about the balance of forces and everything, the partner in GNU and all else, whereas the development effort is not inclusive in this country, and there is nothing political about this GNU. Last but not least, Mr. President, I would rather belong to a parliament of wise owls than a mere collective of misguided weavers that you've been talking about here, Mr. President. Mr. President, Honorable Malema is speaking the truth. You are the Bruno Mtolo of our lifetime. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order, honourable members. I now call upon the Honourable Deputy Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Mr. President, Deputy President, honourable members. Indeed, we are going through a particular phase. As I stand here, I'm worried about the risk of us being diverted. I was listening, for instance, to a man who doesn't want to be called a judge. Now I understand why he doesn't want to. He says we should borrow money from BRICS. He thinks we don't because he doesn't have records. That's why he says we should do so.
Order, honourable members. Order.
The man who does not want to be called a judge says, why don't we order oil from Iran? He says, I am told it is cheap. It means he didn't check it. Now you can go and listen to yourselves. He says, I am told it's cheap. He didn't check it, but he wants to advise an august house to do that. But let me read something for you. Let me read something for you.
Order, honourable members.
Let me read something here. When was the oil cut with Iran? It's 2nd August 2012. The president yayingubaba. Ningilalela. That is when the oil was cut with Iran. So, it's because the man who does not want to be called a judge, he is very casual in this house. Because uthetha nje. Yeah. For instance, uba undlela engimthanda kakhulu. Uzositshela ngobaba and attack the president for keeping people who are appointed in Zondo Commission. But you are led here in this party by somebody who's before court for numerous charges of corruption.
Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members.
Right? Okay. The president of the ANC has not been charged by any court. As a matter of fact.
Order, honourable members. Order.
Let's go to, I listened to the Commander-in-Chief when he explained his knowledge of the NUM and how the president left NUM in tatters, workers' week, and all that. I just want to converse with Commander-in-Chief for a minute or two. NUM eliminated faction fight in the mines and united mine workers. NUM in 1987 secured a retirement fund for the first time for black workers. NUM fought against job reservation and fought for women to be employed. Through the JB Marks bursary, NUM has produced over 5,000 graduates, including engineers and different types of technicians in accounting. The Mine Workers Provident Fund has assets in excess of 32 billion and have never delivered a negative return to its members since inception. I am not surprised that you didn't care about these facts, because by nature, you don't care about facts. I'll give you an example. Judge Thorpe here, I was just during break, I listened to you, Chief Commander-in-Chief, as you said, Judge Thorpe Honorable Thorpe is an embarrassment to the integrity of the justice system. You said by yourself. Later, you tell how black people are targeted in the justice system. It comes from the same mouth, and you say you tell the truth all the time. And this is the kind of truth you tell. Now, there was a commission in as far as Marikana is concerned. And the commission pronounced. And you don't care about that pronouncement because it does not articulate what you expected. Newgate Commission, Judge Newgate pronounced on SARS, on what sank SARS. But what sank SARS in this house is your idol. The President submitted Zondo Commission report to be interrogated by this House. It is the duty of this House to call the Presidency at all material time to ensure that that report is interrogated. Now, the President in the State of the Nation address tabled here the amount of billions frozen and brought back to the state. Because they don't say what you want, you do not care. Now, the problem is, we are on a course here towards a nation building. One of the presidents of the ANC once said, you will never fight a racially exclusive oppression through a racially exclusive resistance. And the same president said, the difference between us and the oppressor is that the oppressor is about human division and we are about the alliance of humanity. I'm therefore not surprised when I go back to the NDR in dealing with the contradictions, with the antagonistic contradictions. It is given the task that is national and democratic to do the following: to ensure that we realize a shared prosperity, social justice, and human solidarity. The African National Congress leadership is about leading this country from the morass of both racial inferiority and racial superiority. Your crisis is You are scared of sharing a table with white people because
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Your struggle.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Yes.
Will you just take your seat? I want to recognize the member. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized? May I also request that those members sitting around you just quiet down so that I can hear you?
Sihlalo ilunga elingaphambili likhuluma okungasiqiniso. Thina ngeke sihlale nama oppressors abantu abaqindezela umuntu omnyama. Angeke sihlale.
Honorable member, take your seat. That's not a point of order. Take your seat, honorable member. Honorable member, take your seat. Honorable members, please do not abuse a point of order to challenge a political statement. Political statements by its nature is for debate. It's not a point of order. Please proceed, Honorable Deputy Minister.
The challenge you have is that because of your racial inferiority complex, you think if you have a common agreement with Honorable Steyensen,
Honorable Deputy
social empowerment.
Minister, will you take your seat, please?
Because
Honorable Deputy Minister, take your seat, please. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Mqinislalo. Hayi. Ngizokupha ke irule emnandi la. Uyabona 40% ibhlungu. Yenza umuntu akhulume kanje.
What rule?
Ngiyabonga Mqinislalo.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, each and every member in the House have the right to free speech. It doesn't mean that if you disagree with that member, that there's a contravention of the rule. Let us respect the members to exercise their rights. They've been sent here by the political parties. Please continue, honorable member.
Let me quickly repeat what I was saying. It says these three elements are premised on united states based on the will of the people, irrespective of belief and race. The code and the education of our movement is that we must lead this country away from correct the iniquities of the past as we lead it to an inclusive society. You are scared of non-racism because you are so inferior
Honorable
in your
Deputy
mind.
Minister, please take your seat. Why are you rising, honorable member?
If it was not for the CR faction,
Take your
you would
seat,
not
honorable
be a
member.
minister.
Take your
You are
seat.
an embarrassment.
Honorable member.
What kind of a minister are
Honorable
you?
member, take your
A
seat.
huge embarrassment.
Honorable member, honorable members, honorable members, let me remind you of Rule 92, Sub-Rule 9. And it says that members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with the intention of a point of order. So I have the discretion, honorable members, that if you do abuse this point of order rule, to ask you to leave the chamber. Please continue, honorable Deputy Minister.
To the African National Congress, non-racism is not a ticker box. It's a principle, it's a value for which our forebears lost their lives. Because the past South Africa divided us in terms of those groupings. Our forebears committed, made an undertaking, and lost their lives. We are working with all South African
Honorable
based.
Deputy Minister, will you take your seat, please? Yes, honorable member. Please take your seat, honorable Deputy Minister.
Honorable Chair, this minister is deliberately misleading the House.
Non-racialism does not mean capitulation to the oppressor.
Honorable member.
Non-racialism means
Order.
to fight the oppressor.
Order, honorable
to
member.
bring about change.
Honorable member, will
This
you?
man is lying.
Honorable member.
He's lying with a straight face.
Honorable member, you must withdraw the remark that you say the deputy minister is deliberately misleading the House. I expect you withdraw the remark.
Okay, he's just misleading the House.
Thank you. Please continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
It's a contestation for comment.
So, we are committed to a non-racial South Africa. Now, I want to repeat what you don't want to hear. I want to repeat so that it sticks. That we are not going to change the course we are taking now of leading a GNU that has got 10 stones, according to Reverend, that Mr. President, 6 days has gone, the 7th days you've got 10 stones, and they constitute a GNU, blacks, white, purple, brown, as per the revolutionary principles of the African National Congress. Here on this side, we've got leaders who are mentally liberated from racial and ethnic fear, who are committed to make sure that this country is one. Now, having said all that,
it's not true.
So I want to say to you, we are saying to the President, 3 priorities have been articulated. Growing economy, creating jobs. Dealing with poverty and cost
Honorable
of living.
Deputy Minister, will you take your seat?
Dealing with...
Honorable Deputy Minister, will you please take your seat? Yes, Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Honorable Member.
On what point are you rising, Honorable Member?
It's Chair, it is a question. If you
No,
can help
Honorable
me,
Member, there's no
guidance.
time for questions now. It's no time for questions.
He refers to us as being inferior.
No, Honorable Member.
Because we don't sit across races.
Honorable Member, you are now challenging me.
Oh, Chair.
You're now challenging my authority to preside over the sitting. The member further down, why do you want to be recognized? Already shut up.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on rule
Chair,
number
this one must shut
55.
up. No. You see, do not commit also a transgression of the rule, because then you are doing exactly the same thing. Let's not go to that level, please. What is your point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 85, reflections upon members. It says that no member may impute improper motives to any other member. The Speaker there suggests that members on this side have an inferiority complex, which is wrong, it's misleading, and he needs
Thank you,
to
Honourable Member.
withdraw
Please take your
that
seat.
statement. I thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable Deputy Minister, did you refer, order, did you refer to any member in this House with the statement you made? Honourable Deputy Minister?
No, I'm saying...
Honourable Deputy Minister, did you or did you not refer to any member of this House?
How? I'm saying the reason you are scared of living with them.
No, Honourable Deputy Minister, relax, just calm down, please. I will check the answer. The Honourable Deputy Minister says no. So the next thing that we do is we check the answer to see what the Honourable Deputy Minister has said, and then I'll come back with a ruling if I need to. Honourable Deputy Minister.
So, I repeat, Mr. President, you must be relaxed because 10 stones. Kamaya magama eBhayibhelini bathi awona matye awacekiswayo alilinyanga ngokwalishumi. Ndithi ingxaki esinayo apha niduduzeliswa kukuhlala endaweni enye nabamhlophe. Nincancazeliswa yilonto. Ngoba uba beningayoyiki lonto benizawuhlala nabo nibaxelele into eningazifuniyo.
Honourable Deputy Minister, will you take your seat, please?
Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Reverend Gwabaza, Reverend
Yes.
Gwabaza. Uthinta iBhayibheli lo baba honorable.
Honorable
Ukhuluma
member,
ngamatshe
that's not
ayishumi.
a point of order. It is not a point of order. It is not a point of order.
Insimbi
Honorable
ayihlangani
member, it is
nobumba.
not a point of order.
Insimbi ayihlangani nobumba.
Honorable member, it is not a point of order. Honorable Deputy
iBhayibheli
Minister,
lithi
please
insimbi ayihlangani
continue.
nobumba.
I want to close by saying to Mr. President, it must be according to a United States based on humanity, irrespective of race, irrespective of sex and color, as long as it's along those lines, as long as the three priorities are driven along those lines, indeed, they are also going to be saved. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members. Order. Honorable members, I will request you to stand and wait.
Soldiers.
I want to identify this person who just switches on a microphone and just make comments without being recognized. It's a violation of the rules of the House. And I didn't ask you, no, we'll find out. We'll find out because it has been happening frequently this afternoon that members on both sides of the House just switch on the microphone without being
House
recognized.
Chair, ke Honorable Tebogolitsiye from the ANC.
Honorable member, I said we will deal with it. And may I also request the whips of political parties. You do have a chief whips forum tomorrow. Please have a discussion around the conduct of members in the sitting. We must keep in mind that the public and the voters out there are watching these proceedings, and they form an opinion about your conduct in the House. I will now request members to stand and wait for the chair and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the speakers list on this budget vote debate and the business for the day. The Honorable President will reply tomorrow to this debate. The House is now adjourned.